Okay, what are we doing with that?
That either.
Fine in here that I read. So I'll highlight it. Unfortunately, yes. I don't even know what I got going on here. I've been busy talking.
Gotta get stuff in the right pile.
How you doing, Trent? How you doing? Good. Good. See ya. I don't know where it was.
Yell at me.
I didn't yell at you.
Not yet.
It's just been one of those absolutely insane days.
You should be sorry.
Things over there and you guys up at
Talking
6
is what I'm.
a little bit.
A couple of my sons will be there. Dad, you are called to be a preacher. You like to talk.
Okay. Oh, Debbie, so we're a little slow, I'm sorry.
We're at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. We are going to open the special meeting of the Planning Commission at 6 o'clock, it's 6 p.m. on August 3rd, 2023. I hope you will please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The meeting is now open to public comment. During the public comment period, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any matter not listed on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Good evening, Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Just a comment in general about tonight's meeting. You know, we're looking to the commission on several appeal items. And what's really important is that you act as the adjudicatory body, considering only evidence that's been presented to you. You really shouldn't have any personal biases so you're kind of like the judge on this, but as a group. So I think it's incredibly important that you put aside personal biases. Some of you have shown those in the past, and we're asking you tonight in particular. There are some very serious appeals that you put that aside, consider the facts only. That's really all you're able to consider as that adjudicatory body. So we're looking to you for a fair and reasonable assessment of the facts presented to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the room? Any public comment on Zoom? No. Thank you. I will now close public comment. Before moving to our special meeting calendar, I wanted to pose a question to the county council, who I believe is on Zoom.
Derek Cole. Derek, can you hear us?
I can. Technically I am special counsel. Apologize for the light in my eyes. I am special counsel. I was previously county counsel, and I am a municipal attorney. So I don't know if anyone from Margaret Long's office is on, but if you're asking, I'm happy to answer the question.
Thank you. I hope it's just a general question. It's
Sure.
basically the county has had issues with their website last evening and this morning. It's been periodically up and down. For a special meeting, we need to have the agenda and the staff reports posted 24 hours ahead of time. So I guess my question is, those materials have been intermittently available and actually intermittently available since Monday. Are there any implications regarding this meeting? Are we considered in compliance with the Brown Act if that information has been available but not continuously?
My answer would be yes. And there actually is an attorney general opinion on this. And basically the standard is if there have been outages in web availability or something goes wrong with the server or whatever, and a website goes down, the question, it's really a question of fact, but really the issue, according to the attorney general, is have you prevented people from participating, even if unintentionally? In other words, if the website is down for most or almost all or even a substantial part of the public notice period, then chances are someone might be misled about whether there is or isn't a meeting. And so that's a situation where you would say, we probably should continue. But from what I understand, from what you're relaying, it sounds like there isn't a problem. Technically, it's a special meeting, so the notice is 24 hours, but the agenda has been posted and the material has been available for well before that. So from what I'm hearing, it does not sound like we have a problem and we're within the guidance of the Attorney General.
Great, thank you very much. That's very helpful. I just wanted to clarify that for people who might be here or listening, that, we want to make sure that we are, in compliance with the Brown Act and that material, has been there.
Commissioner Fall, I can confirm as well that same position and the same opinion was rendered for the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning. And we also talked about the Planning Commission tonight, and that same opinion that Derek just mentioned was given via County Council.
Thank you. Very, very helpful. Okay. Well, then moving on, I do want to briefly or just rearrange the agenda just a little bit to have item 8 follow item 4. They are both on the same topic, which is an appeal of a CCL 106. So just to be more efficient, rather than going over the issue twice, we'll do 4 and 8 together or subsequently. Okay. So given that change to the calendar, we are going to move on to item 1, which is the minutes. Approve the minutes of the June 8th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting. Do I have any corrections or a motion from the commissioners regarding the minutes?
I'll motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Sharp, second by Commissioner Barrett to approve. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 2, appeal of Planning Director's Decision P2309. An appeal of the Cannabis Director's decision to deny a commercial cannabis license renewal application, CCL 208, for 480 Oak Ranch Road, Lewiston. Appellant Stefan Monev, licensee Stefan Monev, assessor parcel numbers 025-180-030-000. Staff.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, Drew Plavani, Cannabis Division Director. You should have a memo in front of you or in your packet dated July 27th. We received updated communication from the applicant and the appellant's attorney requesting this item be heard on September the 14th. So
So staff is requesting this item to be continued to the 14th and that we conduct a public hearing. So we will conduct a brief public hearing. Does the applicant or agent have any comments regarding this agenda item?
I don't believe the applicant or agent were aware that the item was going to be heard, so I don't believe they were present this evening.
Do we have any public comment in the room regarding this item? Sorry, on Zoom? No comment on Zoom? Do we have a motion from the commission to continue this item to the September 14th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting?
Yeah, I'll make that motion that we continue this to September 14th, 2023.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Heaton, second by Commissioner Barrett. How do you vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes. We will move on to item 3. Item 3, appeal of planning director's decision P2310, an appeal of cannabis director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license application, CCL 692, for 504 Oatman Road, Hayfork, California. Appellant Brian and Wendy Young, representing Kathleen and William Dudley Trust. Licensee Michael Dooch, Trinity Flavor LLC, assessor parcel number 01401, excuse me, a parcel number 014-180-095-00. Staff?
Hi. Good evening, Commissioners. Bella Head Key, Associate Planner for the Cannabis Division. So this license was rescinded. During the review of the appeal, Caltrans, Cal Fire, and the local water district provided comments that will require the applicant to change their project design. And in order for the environmental document to appropriately include these requirements, the director has rescinded the approval of this license. So P2310, the appeal, is now moot, and the appellants will have another opportunity in the future to appeal if they so wish when the project is reapproved and renoticed.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or technical or clarifying questions for the staff from the commission? No. Do we have any public comment?
This isn't to be heard before Commission, because the item's moot.
Okay. I don't know that that means that the public still can't comment on that.
That's what we did with other licenses at the direction of County Council.
Okay, thank you. All right. That license is now moot. The application, sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to sort through my pile of papers up here. Okay, now we are going to move on to item 4. Appeal of Planning Director's Decision P23-12, an appeal of Cannabis Director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license application, CCL 106, for 1050 Rowdy Bear Road, Hayfork, California. Appellant John Coogan, Cedar Brunette, and Bruce Gardner. Licensee Petco Petkov, Nature Farm, Inc., assessor parcel number 019-280-003-000. Staff?
Good evening again, Commissioners. On June 22nd, 2023, the approval for CCL 106 was rescinded and appeal P-23-12 deemed moot. The current appeal of CCL 106 is now P-23-22, which we will hear next.
And that. Now we're going to move on to item number 8. Appeal of Planning Director's Decision P-23-22. An appeal of Cannabis Director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license application CCL 106 for 1050 Rowdy Bear Road, Hayfork, California. Appellant Rowdy Bear Sanctuary Preservationist, care of Rachel Dowdy, Greenfire Law, PC. Licensee Petco Petkov, Nature Farm, Inc. Assessor parcel number 019-280-003-000. Staff.
Good evening again, Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and give a brief overview of the project description and project history. There were numerous claims cited in the reasons for appeal. And so my hope is that I will just give a brief overview and we'll allow for public comment and comments from the appellant and the applicant. And then at the time when the commission wishes to get into technical discussion, or if there's questions before then, I'm available to answer them. The general project description is that the applicant applied for a small cultivation license up to 10,000 square feet of mixed light canopy. The cultivation activities include 8,160 square feet of mixed light canopy and 2,880 square feet of immature plant area. The history of this project is that on March 31st, 2023, the application and environmental document was noticed for approval and was scheduled for license issuance on or after April 19th, after the 10-day appeal period ended. On April 17th, an application for appeal of CCL 106 was submitted to the Trinity County Planning Department, and this appeal was assigned P-23-12. Subsequently, the approval was rescinded and P-23-12 was deemed moot. Following that, the project was then noticed for approval on approved on June 23rd and scheduled for license issuance on or after July 13th, after the 10-day appeal period ended. The appellant appealed the new project number. Our hope was that for clarity's sake, we would be able to consolidate the old appeal and the new appeal. But it ended up where the old appeal was deemed moot and the new appeal and a new appeal form was submitted for P-23-22. The appellant's appeal letter outlined numerous reasons for appealing the approval of CCL 106. And in the staff report, you will see that staff responded to each of these assertions. Primarily, we found many of the claims to be unsubstantiated and or outside of the scope of the EIR and or the cannabis ordinances. And so I will leave it there unless you have specific questions for me now.
Do the commissioners have any technical or clarifying questions? I will ask the commissioners. So we were given a document today, this afternoon, for comments received as of August 2nd. It was dated July 31st that it was sent, and I was wondering when those comments from the appellant were received by the planning department.
They would have been received on the 31st.
Okay. I do think the appellant had some specific responses. You know, the prior staff report said that they hadn't provided you know, adequate documentation and so forth. And so this does seem to provide a lot more detail. So anyway, I just,
Chair, if I may respond to
yes,
that.
please.
You know, it poses a significant problem for staff when the initial reasons of appeal are vague and broad, and then we, you know, rebut those reasons, and then shortly before the planning commission meeting, we get a new comment letter with very specific reasons. And I think that just, you know, continues to complicate the issue and makes it unclear. So going forward, my hope would be that when people submit reasons for appeal, that they are clear and specific, and perhaps we need to start refusing appeals that have overly broad reasons. But
Yeah, agreed and understood that, yeah, you need specific comments to respond to. I am a little concerned, though, that the planning commissioners didn't get this until this afternoon. So, but anyway. Okay, so we will move on.
Can I ask a question? So item 2, they point out on item 2 that there was a cultivation without a permit, and then the response was that later on you checked it out and it was in compliance, but wasn't it 9 months later?
are you referring to the staff report or the?
No, item
applicant's
2
letter?
of their questions or their reasons for mitigating on the license, not allowing the license to go through. They put applicants cultivated without a county license in 2022. And you guys did indeed see that they were, but then how, I don't know how that part works. They were notified 9 months later. It was inspected. How does that work?
Typically, if we receive complaints of illegal cultivation through the complaint portal, then if it's a project within our program, what we would do is go ahead and issue a notice of noncompliance. And I can't speak entirely to the decision or the thinking of the previous director, who was then still the director when that happened. But what I can say is that typically any of those concerns are addressed and either handled in-house with a 7-day notice of noncompliance or referred to the sheriff's office if they are not within the Trinity County cannabis program.
And so if they are in application, are they within the program?
I would consider yes, that they are within the program.
So the information submitted by the appellant today says that they were an abatement order was issued this year in 2023. And it has photographs on May 18th and 30th showing cultivation. So was an abatement or an inspection done in response to that?
Yes, ma'am. As a notice of noncompliance was sent out and staff went out and verified that the illegal cultivation had been abated. As well, I'd like to point out that the DCC did a metric compliance inspection, and we've received no communication from them that the site was out of compliance with their regs.
So they're cultivating without a license. Abatement means the plants went away, basically, some way, one or another. Right?
And during the DCC inspection, they verified that the plants were destroyed through metric, and they found that it was compliant.
Well, but they were compliant with the abatement order, but they weren't necessarily compliant because they were cultivating without a license, correct?
Yes, hence the reason for the 7-day notice of noncompliance.
Okay.
I have a question for staff. So in regards to abatement and compliance and licensing, if a person is in the program and asking for a license, and they're cultivating illegally during that process, shouldn't that kind of disqualify them for getting a license?
I can pull up the code section if you'd like for me to read from the code section specific to that for you. I'd have to open the computer. You have to give me a minute, or I can just go at it off the top of my head.
Go at it.
Okay. Essentially, the way the ordinance reads is that any violation, they're given 7 days to comply. And once the violation is resolved, we consider it resolved. To your question, no, they would not be eligible to receive a license while a violation was pending. So once the violation has been resolved, then there's nothing in code that prevents a license from being issued.
Thank you.
So the appellant also submitted photographs from July showing grading. That grading, my understanding is that that would not have been in compliance. And so is that something that was inspected, determined to be in or out of compliance?
Yes, we did look into that. Based on my recollection of the photos that were provided, I wouldn't consider that to be grading. I would consider the photos to indicate that there was trenching being done, which is different from grading. And per the mass grading ordinance, I believe in order for it to require a grading permit, it's grading in excess of 800 cubic yards or 20,000 square feet, which based on aerial imagery, there's no evidence to that effect.
Well, the photograph I'm looking at looks like piling of material of more than 2 feet. It doesn't look like
Are you talking
trenching.
about? Okay, so I'm thinking of a different set of photos, but
Memorandum, page 10.
so the photos from page 10 and page 11, I assume, are what you're referring to then.
Yes.
Personally, I don't see evidence in those photos that that was grading that was done around that time. If you look at the first photo, figure 13, I don't see any evidence of track marks or anything below where that fill material was put. And then if you look at figure 14, the pine logs that are holding that fill slope in place do not look to be recently placed to me, nor does the color of the dirt look to be consistent with freshly graded material.
But was someone out there, I mean, do you have a existing topography of the site that showed when that material might have been placed? I mean, do you know?
I really can't say when that material might have been placed, but based on aerial imagery, again, it doesn't look to be in excess of 20,000 square feet, nor would I estimate that to be in excess of 800 cubic yards.
I guess the last question I have right now is, so when I look at this on the parcel map, it is located on a Forest Service road. And to access Highway 3, it has to cross stretches of Forest Service road that are on Forest Service parcels, Forest Service land. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there have been issues in the past with transporting cannabis products across federal property on federal roads. Is that no longer an issue?
I certainly can't speak on behalf of the federal government or the U.S. Forest Service.
Okay. Did you contact the Forest Service at all to ask them about the question of whether or not they needed a commercial hauling permit?
We have been in contact with Forest Service for related reasons. And my opinion is that a commercial hauling requirement is a requirement imposed on the commercial hauler and is not a requirement that the applicant would be required to do anything, because it really has to do with the owner operator or the trucking company moving the material on Forest Service roads, which requires them to get a commercial hauling permit from the U.S. Forest Service. So that is outside the scope of both the EIR and county code in terms of cannabis licensing.
Do we have any other technical clarifying questions for the staff? Oh. Okay, so we now have the opportunity for 10 minutes for the appellant to make any comments.
Hi, good evening. Am I coming in clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to consider this appeal. On Monday, my office submitted a letter to the Commission via the email designated on the website. And I would have hoped it would have been provided to you 4 days ago, but I do appreciate you reading it so closely and asking such incisive questions of staff today. We also followed up with a declaration on the 1st establishing that water hauling was occurring during the most recent dry period of drilling in 2022. And I have been informed today that Mr. Petkov did not submit any materials additional beyond what was in the application. I also appreciate the opportunity later to answer any questions that you may have. But I do want to follow the line of conversation that's happened so far, which is that the applicant has extensive history of illegal activity, armed guards, violent dogs, loud aggressive sounds, logging undertaken without a permit, cultivation of thousands of plants without a permit immediately up until it was complained of by the neighbors and abated at the same time when the application was actually had been submitted. So an application was under review at the same moment that thousands of plants were being grown illegally. Hauling water without documentation, a violation of the very specific requirements of the EIR and the open code, generator use around the clock. And neighbors have tried to work with and solve the problems that were existing, but they've failed for many years without success. And I know that the department has many copies of communications regarding this project. So the county must be very aggressive in ensuing applications closely scrutinized and 100% compliant, because it's incredibly difficult to enforce these types of ordinances after the fact. I know that resources are very limited. And so the commission cannot approve this application under 17.43070 without assurance from the applicant demonstrating compliance with all applicable county and state laws. That is not just the cannabis cultivation ordinance or the EIR, but all county and state laws. And also if the applicant provided materially false documents or testimony, that too is a basis for denial of an application. So these reasons are all reasons before you tonight. Now, speaking of the water hauling and the declaration that was submitted under penalty of perjury by a neighbor, the ordinance section 17.43.060C requires that if water is hauled, it should be for emergencies, meaning sudden unexpected occurrences, and a bill of sale should be kept, documenting that where the water was acquired from and it was from a legal source. The applicant's Appendix C claims there is sufficient water on site from a 2022 well, June 2022, actually a 2021 well. But in July and August of 2022, there's still observations of water hauling, which directly contradicts the assertions in Appendix C. The applicant also falsely states that no residence within 820 feet, and this is very relevant because there has been a residence there for over 30 years. The applicant is very well aware of it, and it's well within the 350-foot distance that's required for the odor management plans. And that odor has been very much affecting that resident, and that's well documented in the record in the letter my office submitted. Now, the code does not explicitly distinguish between permitted and unpermitted residences. It just simply says residences. They understand that permitting inconsistencies are very common in that area. Now, the greenhouses are used before the abatement. They're shown in the photos, as you mentioned several of them so far in the letter, that they use white plastic with no light controls. Appendix C states that blackout tarp should be added in the future, but this type of assurance is entirely inadequate, particularly in a case like this with rampant violations up until just a few weeks ago. And so if there is going to be an approval, which I think would be entirely inappropriate, it's critical that tarps be required prior to approval. And not simply left to discretion of the applicant. As you can see in the photos in the past, those the tarps they used previously were entirely inadequate. Now, there also are statements that in the future the generators will be improved to cut down noise and pollution, but these steps again involve no assurances. They're vague. The code requires that Tier 4 and EPA exhaust emission compliant generators be required unless, quote, the equipment type is unavailable, in which case, quote, Tier 3 models or best available model can be used. However, the applicant has not defined what type of generators are currently in use. They have not identified any compliance with EPA testing procedures as required by 1743G.040D. And also have not presented any evidence of how they'll come into compliance in 2024. That too must be assured prior to approval. Appendix C finally also adds there's no need to burn vegetation, and that's because illegal burning already has occurred and has been buried in that rock that has been added to the side of the hill. That waste, plastic waste that was a former greenhouse, is toxic waste. It's the burning of plastic, and it is a violation of the county's solid waste ordinance. That's 17.43070X. Sorry, that's the reference to requirement of burn permit. The correct reference for the illegal burial of solid hazardous waste is section 8.081.10. Let me say it again, 8.08.110. That has to be abated prior to any approvals. And this illegally burned material and the grading, that's something that has been, again, notified to the county. And that grading that you were discussing before, it took place after the June inspection. And I heard reference to aerial imagery by staff. I'm certain that there's not been any aerial imagery between June and the present. So Mr. Presley and Mr. Marvel were notified by email on July 10th by my clients of that illegal grading. That illegal grading has been described in those emails. It's described in this, my letter as well. I don't think that somebody simply can look at those and eyeball it and confirm that it is not 800 cubic yards. It is entirely around that path, at least on 3 sides. It is, according to my clients and the email they submitted in my letter, something that has transpired after the June inspection. That's something that was I witnessed by individuals who I believe are here today and can speak to that during public comment, which appears to have perhaps been skipped over for this item. So that's something that has to either be investigated or, more importantly, established by the applicant to have been in compliance. It's their duty to establish it. If they do something after inspection and it appears by all reasonable view to be 800 cubic yards or more, they cannot be provided a permit until they establish that they're in compliance. And that is something that really should not be in dispute here today. They say the grading permit's not required in their Appendix C. They state that no grading would be required around it. That flattening around the pad and addition of that aggregate is clearly not trenching, is a form of grading. Now, that grading also presents a serious threat of slide to Mr. Coogan's home, which can be seen in one of the photos, very, very close to that grading material. And that would be a threat to stability or use of adjacent property in violation of section 15.24.080B. So it is very critical that that be remedied and fully addressed before any approvals are issued. We also are not certain whether further grading or piling on the sides of the other 3 pads and other 4 greenhouses took place as well. This is simply what can be seen from neighboring property as shown by those property stakes. And it's not appropriate to simply disregard that offhand. So the commission must deny this application due to active violations and materially false materials that were presented. In the past, the applicant has repeatedly refused to comply with county requirements and operated illegal cannabis cultivation, which is harmful and dangerous to neighbors. Just a few weeks ago, the applicant, as I said, undertook illegal grading, not accounted for in Appendix C, which was shortly and apparently surreptitiously after a compliance inspection. There is a declaration of water hauling in contradiction of Appendix C after the installation of most recent well, and the application is incomplete due to misrepresentations about the location of adjacent homes and other issues identified in the letter. The project will impose harms beyond those accounted for in the county's SEQA EIR. And these are among the primary reasons to deny this application. I do hope that you will understand you are required to provide time for public comment as well on this specific item beyond just a general public comment. And I know that the neighbors will have the opportunity to speak at that time. And I also would appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions that you may have about the materials or about the application deficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the commission have any technical or clarifying questions for the appellant's representative? Please stand by. We will open to public comment as soon as we hear from the applicant.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Excuse
Chair.
me, Madam Chair. I would like to come back to the appellant at some point. I just am trying to get through all this information that we were just provided, so.
We will certainly have that opportunity. Okay, so now the applicant or his representative has 10 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Tom Malenko. I am from Douglas City, but I also am speaking on behalf of the appellant and, appellee and applicant, Peter Petkov. First of all, I want to say the staff report I think is excellent. I don't want to divert the focus from there. As I've mentioned at other public comments, without procedures, we get ambush situations like this. It's bad for us. Certainly it's bad for you. It is what it is. We know the remedy is procedures, but it is what it is. So we did our best in 2 hours to come up with some responses. I think first off, because grading seems to be a big issue. I'm sorry, I only have 2 of each of these, so I can start them from one side to the other. This is a picture from July. You'll see County Inspector Daniel Marvel standing there talking to the appellant on top of this supposed grading, which was a leveling. So whether the sky has seen it or not, certainly a county inspector has had eyes on that in this time. As you're perusing that photo, never has the legal doctrine of unclean hands been so relevant. You'll see the small little structure on the right is the appellant's outhouse, not permanent septic, which supplies what is supposedly the dwelling, which is actually on Mr. Petkov's property. The appellant's house was illegally put on Mr. Petkov's property some time ago. It was just discovered. He'd been trying to make a deal with the appellant. It is culminated in this action, unfortunately. I do have enough of these for the commission and great trust over here. I'm going to keep one and I can follow along with this because this kind of orients you to some of these situations that we're looking at, particularly some of the photos that show a pile of trash. One was a pile of trash waiting to be moved to the dump. It was, that pile is not there. One is this stacked up greenhouse. You can see that greenhouse is this one right here. It's being replaced. It's also related to this leveling that took place. This is a permitted structure. I think it has been incorporated in the site plan. I'm sorry I'm jumping around here, but going back over to the generator part, this is a letter from the North Coast Unified Air Quality Management District to Peter Petkov. Blase, blase, let's get to the action on the last sentence. The district has determined that the device detailed in your application is used exclusively in an agricultural operation, is not owned by a rental company, and does not exceed the district significant thresholds, and therefore does not require an air quality permit. Then we get back to our decision-making process, and I hope, obviously I want the decision to be reject the appeal, but whatever the decision is, and I trust this body to make a good decision, we're asking that that decision be made tonight. This license was initially noticed in April. Here we are in August. What we need is a decision. As regards what has been referred to as illegal cultivation, we will call it unpermitted cultivation because I think we can all agree with that. There has not been a county license issued on that. The subject matter of this is something I'm working over in the other building on as we speak. So no, it should not happen. Is it illegal? The defense lawyer in me says, no, it's not. However, it was handled the way it should be handled. Statement letter goes out. We have 7 days in the ordinance. If we wanted 0 days in the ordinance, it would be in the ordinance. It's not. We have 7 days. He complied within 7 days. As regards, this is not this year, but regarding the odor complaints from the neighbor, probably because Mr. Petkoff's plants smell better than his. Again, this is a situation where I understand why many people come to Trinity County. I like Trinity County for what it allows. When we developed this program, we said we're going to require certain things: permanent dwellings, permanent water sources, permitted septic, and licensed cultivation. So the neighbors here have none of those things, none of those things. And the complaint against Mr. Petkoff is that he's drawing attention to the neighborhood to emphasize that he's the one who has all those things. So I hope we remember the big picture here as well. So I'm asking that this appeal be rejected, this license proceed. I think the staff report is sound. I think it presents ample evidence for this body to make a decision. And I do ask again that that decision be made this evening. Thank you. And certainly I'll be here if the commission has any questions. And
I do have a question. So does this property have power to it, electrical power lines to it?
I do not believe that it does. And the applicant himself, I think, will speak during public comment and he can comment on that. But I do not believe that it's on the grid.
Okay, so it's on a generator and. All right, thank you.
I have a question for you, Mr. Blanco. Madam Chair.
Mr. Sharp, please.
Couple questions on the generator. Do you know what size currently he has and what he's actually powering?
Let's see. It is an MQ Power 361, 67 horsepower. So I'm going to guess that's maybe a 50 kW. He may know. I'm sure he does know. So he'll be up here after me.
Okay. All right. My other question is more about what you brought up, and that, kind of is, in my opinion, in these instances, the elephant in the room is if we have somebody who's trying to be legal, licenses and do things the right way, but while they're doing that, ignores the legalities, ignores our laws, ignores our ordinances, and does it anyway. Why would we believe that he's going to be a good neighbor, be a good grower, do everything that the ordinances and laws require of him? I mean, it doesn't leave a good taste in anybody's mouth, I don't think, that the person that you're asking us to approve or deny is not following the rules and the laws as they sit. He has a disregard for them, it's obvious. And if he wouldn't have been turned in, he wouldn't have pulled his plants. He would still be growing. So how in your mind, I mean, you're an attorney, how do you justify that? And how do you feel good about that sitting? And that's just kind of, I'm strong. And I understand that we allow that in our ordinances. So he's done what he's supposed to do, but it doesn't leave anybody believing that this guy will perform as a good actor when he's licensed.
I think that's an excellent question, Madam Chair, Commissioner. And if you look at it, just, hey, these are the rules and what's happening. These cultivators began this process, this one in 2017. And when I say began the process, it means he started spending money to go from what everybody else was doing without spending any money to doing things the right way. How much money? I guarantee you it's in 6 figures, probably several times over. Now, is he making money? Let's hope so. Through the process, we all know we did not, as a county, steer this ship as best as we could have. We made some mistakes along the way. The county got sued over the way it was doing it. Unlike what's supposed to happen in a CEQA lawsuit, and I say this because appellant's law firm knows this because they didn't do it. None of the real parties and interests got sued. None of the 300 cultivators who had county licenses that may or may not have been in compliance with CEQA were served in that lawsuit. None of them had a voice in that litigation. The county and TAA made a decision. They entered into a settlement agreement. Again, none of these cultivators who are what CEQA calls the real party in interest had a say in that. The judge made a decision based on a settlement agreement. Real parties in interest had nothing to say about that. Now, when a judge makes a decision that involves a real party in interest that was not involved, the real parties in interest can do what's called a collateral attack. We contemplated that. I did on behalf of several of my clients. TCAA, a large organization, had a legal counsel contemplate that. County special counsel contemplated what that would mean. We all contacted DCC general counsel and said, what is going to happen? And DCC's response was to issue a memo to further obfuscate this situation. The memo said, we know what's going on in Trinity County, but if you have a state license and you're in metric, you're all good with us. And so a lot of people saw that to say, DCC, who the state law calls the licensing authority, said, I'm all good with that. You can keep going with metric. DCC comes out and inspects. Hey, your metric tags look great. They don't ask to see your county license. You can sell plants to a distributor. All the while, the state's saying, great job, pay your taxes, pay your licensing fees, and everybody doing that. Meanwhile, we're like, oh, you're illegal. Well, it's not clear cut like that. So should he have done that? No. Did he cut it down? Yes. Do I think he endeavors to be allowed to do what he set out to do? Absolutely. Absolutely. And do I think we have mechanisms in case he doesn't? We certainly do. There's complaints. These licenses get renewed. This is not, hey, go for it 20 years from now. This is a CUP. Every year, this is a renewal. We're going to see this again if need be. So I think it's a good question. It's a very valid concern. But I also think it is well addressed, and there's more to it than a black and white issue.
Thank you for that response. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess now we will hear from the applicant himself.
Hello.
3 minutes. Sorry.
I mean, there's not too much I can say about it. I mean, obviously, Tom said most of the arguments. As you can see, I applied for a license in 2017. I've been compliant for years. And what I can say, this is my second appeal from the same people, which are illegal cultivators. As you can see, all of them. They've been doing everything wrong, and everything that they've been saying about me, it's technically speaking on their behalf, but with my name, which is not fair. I mean, I've been there for years trying to do my best. I've been a good neighbor helping them for years. Why they're turning back to me with the opposite, I have no idea. Maybe it's because they're jealous of what I do. I mean, as I said, pictures, documents, staff report, everybody did a great job following. So many agencies came to my farm and inspect, and they said that we do everything right. We had no options other than planting this year because it was my second year without working and I had to pay my bills. As you guys know, we have to pay a pretty big taxes to the county, to the state. So we had no options. I mean, I was hoping that we can make an agreement because they were asking for agreement, but they just asked for too much. I mean, I cannot give this guy my land that he put his house in and remove 2 of my greenhouses, which are already legally built, and it's just no way. I mean, I cannot agree with everything that they're asking me for. And right now they're hiring a law firm that is protecting them for, I don't know what. I mean, they have everything illegal. I have every single structure on my site, it's legal, and they're going against me. This is just super unfair. I've been in this county for 7 years now, and I've done everything, I believe so far, so good. I mean, there's a bunch of illegal farmers that I'm pretty sure you guys should be more busy dealing with them other than with us. And as I said, I'm a family person. I have my daughter, I have my wife. I mean, we need to make some money somehow to support our families. I mean, it's not easy to stay in this business in such a hard time right now. I mean, and these people, they're just destroying our life right now. I mean, I'm gonna end up selling my property for just to make up my payments to my house. It's not the way how we're supposed to do things to other people, especially when I help them back in the years, feeding their families, helping them in winter time of starvation for food, giving them, I used to even plant their, water their plants. And right now they're going back after me and saying that I'm a bad neighbor. This is just ridiculous, honestly. I mean, I hope you guys don't believe all the bullshit you're saying in their paperwork. This is all wrong. It's bad. I'm sorry about it.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment from the room? Okay.
I work at the Water District in Trinity County. I'm not speaking for the Water District at Trinity County Waterworks. I just work there. I've known Mr. Petkoff since he's had an account there. All I can say is every little hoop that we have made him jump through for his licenses and his permits, not permits, his meters and everything, he has complied with absolutely everything. I've been asked to speak on his behalf today. I've dealt with him. He is honest, upright. He pays his bills. He's a great guy. You know, he's jumped through absolutely everything that we have asked required. He is now in the process of LAVCO to get his parcel annexed in. Everything that we have given him, he has complied immediately with. He's a good guy. And he is a family man. I know his family, know his wife, knows auntie, knows kid. So he's a good guy. And he does do what we ask and what we comply with. We've asked him to comply with. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other comment, public comment from the room? Now's your chance.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to present the reasons why I oppose the renewal of license CC 106. My name's Bruce Gardner, and I own a property in Rowdy Bear, just downhill from the Petkoff farm. And I share a common property line with the Petkoff farm. I've owned this parcel for 22 years, and the surrounding community of Rowdy Bear has been established for over 40 years. Community members are committed to preserving the natural resources of the area and resolving any issues in a respectful and neighborly manner. I oppose the renewal of the Petkoff cannabis license because the scale and the impact of this operation is much greater than our area can sustain. Rowdy Bear stands at the headwaters of 2 local watersheds, and during rainstorms, the runoff from improper grading that I personally witnessed 3 weeks ago and lack of erosion control allowed the runoff from the Petkoff farm to come down onto my property and end up in the creeks that I just described. The outsized scale and inappropriate location of this commercial cannabis farm has led to the importation of bulk quantities of soil, diesel, and even water Other impacts from the Petcoff farm that disturb my peace and quiet include noise from the fans and generator and a barking dog that is apparently chained up at night. At first, back 2017, 2018, we reached out to Mr. Petcoff by telephone, email, and personal messages, and he led us to believe that he was willing to address some of our issues, but he never followed through. Nothing substantial was ever done. Outstanding issues for us still include improper waste disposal, improper unpermitted grading, and excessive noise, dust, and light pollution. A mountain at the top of an environmentally sensitive watershed is an inappropriate place to site a large commercial cannabis farm whose sole purpose is to generate profit. In order to protect the natural resources and to preserve the peace and
Mr.
quiet,
Gardner, thank you. Your time is up.
I ask you to oppose.
Any other public comment in the room?
Hello, Commission. I'm a little bit of a nervous speaker, so I'm going to try to make this really short and sweet. I'm a second generation Trinity County resident, raising the third generation up on our mountain. And I'm grateful to hear that you have looked at the map and the parcel and you realize where we are in relation to the Pines. The Pines is quite a ways from us, quite a distance, as well as Indian Valley is quite a ways, and Peanut is quite a ways, and Hayfork. So we're very much an isolated community. We have 5 neighbors and we all share one road. And it is a single lane Forest Service road, which, thank you, you mentioned that before. We're here as a last resort because we've for years tried to communicate with Peter about being respectful, being considerate, and asking for compromise in regards to our concerns and the impacts that his operation has had in our community, on our neighbors, on the general environment, and things that we feel are negatively affected because of his operations. We'd like to find solutions and remedies to them. I believe that in order to approve this operation, the county has to agree with following through with enforcement and oversight. To the state, after many years, the county has failed to do so. There's been a lot of complaints that have not been, feels like things aren't changing, that there's not, that we're reaching out and nothing's happening. And I would just ask that you would please help us regain our faith. And you guys as good decision makers and representatives for us, and to deny this permit and help us to address and remedy these issues in our small community that we call home. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my name is Cedar Brunette. Sorry, I didn't say that.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. I really enjoyed Sierra's statements about community and being in compliance. And I think it's very important to understand and to bring this back home to what does a permit require and what is CEQA. right? So there's at least 4 regulatory bodies that we have to be in compliance with. And they include the local jurisdiction, state, DCC in this case, the State Water Resources Control Board, called Water Board, as well as Fish and Wildlife. And in order to get to this point of being approved by the county, you need to be in compliance with all of those entities. So one of the things that the Water Board requires is very thorough analysis. It's called a site management plan. It's a complete parcel overview of any sedimentary discharge that might affect water quality. So Mr. Petkov has gone through that process, has that document in place. He's also part of my firm, Flores compliance package, which we go out and do annual visits to make sure he's in compliance with those the regulatory bodies. In particular, water quality is an important focus. He has 2 other licensed properties in Trinity County as well. And those are in the Qualified Cultivator Grant Program for Fish and Wildlife, which provides some additional level of compliance assistance to ensure that the degradation of water quality in neighborhoods does not happen. So Mr. Petkov has been in compliance with all of these things at this time. In addition, we added to his CEQA document, we were not the original authors, they're no longer in business, a noise and light attenuation plan that meets all the requirements of the Trinity County EIR. And that's important because we can't do end rounds now and say our EIR isn't adequate. That time has passed. And so it's important that they meet the requirements of the EIR, and that has been done and it's proposed. But the other thing about CEQA, and Green Fire Law, who wrote some of the opposition, knows well, is that applies to the future. There are proposed projects because of a lawsuit that they were involved with that some of you probably were, as well as TAA proponents. We were forced to do some CEQA that analyzed existing projects. That's not really what CEQA is for. It's for proposed projects. Mitigation measures cannot be implemented prior to an approval. We can't go out and make these changes and report on what things might need to be mitigated. So that's an important distinction that you need to make in looking at this. And I would ask you to strongly consider, what does the law really require and what's allowed? And the law requires everything that Mr. Petkov has done. And see, I'm out of time, but if you have any questions for me, I'm happy as one of his proponents to speak further to you if you'd like.
So I did have a quick question, or perhaps Mr. Gardner, can you tell me which watersheds, you mentioned 2 watersheds this property drains to?
Yes, it's Tully Creek and Philpott Creek.
Okay.
What creek?
Philpott. So neither of those, so you perhaps would know, neither of those are part of the critical water resource overlay zone, or do you know?
I don't know 100%, but they were not in the priority watersheds for the Qualified Cultivator Grant, which was what was a Fish and Wildlife requirement.
The critical water resource overlay zone is a county designation. So
I would defer to the county because we typically.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment? Did you want to provide information, Bella?
When we prepare the staff reports, we make sure that we check for overlay zones, and this does not have any overlay zones, and the critical water resource district is an overlay zone. So we would assume it's not within that.
The critical water resource overlay zone for Hayfork excludes the area served by the water district.
Just to clarify, I know that you received public comment from, staff of the water district, and I believe that what she was referring to are Mr. Petkov's licensed farms within the Hayfork Valley, just referencing her, years of knowing him and the interactions that she's had.
So that would mean that potentially it is within a critical water resource overlay zone because the properties outside of their water district boundaries.
So as Bella stated, we don't have any evidence, or in looking at the parcel viewer, the critical water resource overlay zone is not encompassing or overlaid on the Indian Valley Rowdy Bear area, as far as I am aware.
Okay, perfect, great. Thank you. Because I believe the next watershed over, Salt Creek, is within the critical water resource overlay zone. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think some horses are.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on Zoom?
Catherine Sidman.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I want to start out by saying I really appreciate staff. A lot of work was done going into that staff report, which is very thorough, and I support their recommendation. It sounds like everything went as it should in terms of code compliance, and that's really what we want. I think about someone like Commissioner Sharp. If he's providing electrical service on a job, an inspector comes through, maybe a journeyman didn't do something quite right. The inspector tags it, he fixes it, the inspector comes back, it's up to code, everything is good. We don't stop the project. We don't take away his license to be an electrician. We don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's code compliance. And I know that these things a number of years ago were absolutely positively criminal, but it isn't that way anymore. And I think what is evident right now in these chambers is that the landscape has changed on a state level, on a county level, throughout the whole CEQA process and everything. All of this is lining up for this applicant. And yet there's resistance towards that from neighbors who are also cannabis friendly. So I understand that it's a complicated issue, but the beef between neighbors needs to be separate from our ordinance, the EIR, CEQA, state law. This seems like a good project. It seems like it ticks all the boxes, and it's an opportunity for us to reward an applicant who has diligently worked. If you're upset about those cannabis plants, be upset about the tax dollars that we missed, be upset about the revenue that we missed, be upset about the jobs that we missed, be upset about a lot of things. But moving forward, this is handled perfectly in a code compliance context, because that's what it is. It was not illegal. And this seems like a good project. So I thank staff for an excellent report. And I'm thankful that there's a business owner who's willing to invest this much of his time and his money in a project in Trinity County that could really, with more projects like that, start to help our coffers a little bit. I'm thankful for that, because not a lot of business owners would be able to put up with what he's put up with.
Thank you. Any other comments on Zoom?
Trinity Alps Canacraft. Go ahead.
Hello, Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Matthew Jefferson from Trinity Center. We ask you today to please deny this appeal and stand with staff and Mr. Blanco's recommendations and determinations. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any other comments on Zoom?
Chris.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. This is Chris Williams of Weirville. So this is a civil issue. The neighbor lives on Mr. Peckoff's property. He pays his neighbor's property taxes. The claims in this appeal are either unsubstantiated, vague, or false, and frankly is a waste of staff and the commission's precious time. An appeal has to be founded in sound reasons with evidentiary support. And personally, I've known Mr. Petco for several years, and he's an incredible steward of the land. He takes this seriously. He's incredibly organized, has secured all the permits, jumped through all the hoops. He's in compliance with Fish and Wildlife, North Coast Air Quality Board, the State Water Board, Department of Cannabis Control, and our county's ordinance. And he's surrounded by illegal farms and doing the right thing. Honestly, I wish all farmers were like Mr. Petco. His CEQA was approved, and because of this, he will be held to a high standard, higher than any of his neighbors. He can't implement what is outlined in the CEQA document until he is granted his county permit. Please give him that chance. And do not be fooled by this preservation sanctuary. It's a joke sanctuary. So I urge you to listen to county staff and their expertise. They put a considerable amount of time into this report. And please deny this appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment on Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
Zora?
Zora?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Rick Hansen. I'm Peter's stepfather. I'm retired military police. I've been going over some of the complaints, and I'm going to agree with somebody who spoke before that Peter has already been granted the license, and then it's been put on hold because of civil litigation that has nothing to do with the license, as far as I'm concerned. There's other complaints in the docket I've noticed about firearms, about other situations that are just not true. The workers that work during the season to cultivate are not allowed to have firearms. They don't even have time to carry firearms for the hard work they do. This is a back-breaking labor, and they all do it. It's a labor of love for them. There is other situations. There's trespassers all the time on Peter's property. I've met several, a female, several males that just walk onto the property. There's no threat to them. We just ask them to leave. According to state law, there is a building on the property that is actually deemed to be an illegal squatter. That's also civil. That has nothing to do with really against Petco's license. And I want to thank the board for listening to this, because these things have to be separate from what you guys are doing there. What we're trying to do, Petco's trying to raise a family and a child. I'm with his daughter. I'm with his wife now. Petco has been a very honest, high integrity person for as long as I've known him. And I really appreciate that. One of the things that I really like about him, he's been very, very patient with this board, with the people and the neighbors around him. You have a neighbor that is requesting that he put up the fences around the properties and refuses to contribute to the cost. I forget the code for the civil code for that, but there's a good neighbor law that deals with the fences. And this request is not somebody that's trying to be a good neighbor if they're trying to get Petco to do the whole thing himself.
Thank you. Your time's up. I appreciate your
Thank you.
comment.
Rhoda?
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. I just have a couple of quick comment. Now, I don't know anything about this neighborhood. I haven't Google Earthed it. I don't know anything about him and his neighbors, but I hear a lot of talk about the neighbors being black market growers. And I'm just hoping the commission will keep in mind that there is a small percentage of black market growers that desperately want the white market to fail. So I'm just hoping that you'll keep that in mind when you hear them trying to get him shut down. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on Zoom?
Mr. Coogan?
Yes, hello. There's a lot of misinformation and noise. I'm going to focus just on a couple of things. One is Tom's assertion that the piles of waste and refuse were being prepared to be taken to the dump. We absolutely know this is not true. We have videotapes of it being buried in a homemade landfill that stretches across that entire area. This is plastic, this is amended soil, treated wood. What didn't fit in was burnt. We have pictures of that. When Mr. Petkoff gets up and talks about how he's always run a legitimate operation, we have to remember that he's leasing this property to a variety of different growers, often not with U.S. work permits, who have different styles and different ways of doing things. So we've had, for instance, light pollution well documented for 4 years. The violations really depend on different growers who are leasing the land. But this is all evidence that all is in the picture. As far as water goes, no one is looking at the erosion of all of our roads attached to that area, or it going down into the streams. That something is compliant within the 20 acres with the 3-acre exemption that has grown to, since it's no longer needing to be contiguous. And the grading that was just up until a couple of weeks ago that goes up to the lines of Cedar and Dolphins property, extended hours. And of course, this is not licensed. This is clouds of dust, basic OSHA, whatever. It's totally amateur. So there's a lot there that has already been documented. And, I was actually going to just use this moment to talk about the dog being tied to a tree all night, because what kind of neighbor does that? And you call and you just say, hey, can you bring your dog in? And also, who treats their dog like that? That's not good neighbor. And there's a lot of folks here who are standing up for, I guess they're seeing the commercial value or the tax value, but this is not.
I believe we've lost you, and your time is now up. Thank you. Do we have any other comments on Zoom?
Yes, аз искам да говоря.
Yes. The person listed as guest, please.
Guest, is
Hi.
this?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Send me the link. So I wanted to ask you guys if you can ask yourself one question here. How can a illegal guy complain about a legal guy? How can this guy have his house built into Petco's property illegally and complain about that? Just ask yourself if you can put yourself in his shoes. Just think about someone else's house is built into your property illegally, and it's not having septic, it's not having anything. And I also wanted to mention that Petco's property, it's the cleanest property that you're gonna ever see in Trinity County. That's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment on Zoom?
Zora Dimitrova. Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Well, my name is Zori Dimitrova. I'm Petko's wife. Last time I wasn't present. Unfortunately, today I'm with my daughter. I cannot be there. I would like to express my gratitude to all people involved that help us to get the license at first place, to work on the case, including our neighbors, because for the first 3 years when we went there and Petco helped them, we were wonderful. I've met them on occasions. I don't really know them because I don't go to other people's properties. The only people who came, it's them to us. Anyway, so we chain dogs. We have 10 dogs in all of our properties. We love dogs. We adopted dogs. And that attempt to make this image to criminalize us, to make us some bad people that abuse other neighbors. It's just unfortunate. Really, my husband is wonderful. I believe in him, and he's always been honest and doing things in the correct way. I demand this from him, for us, and for our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comment on Zoom? Okay, no other comment on Zoom. I do have a brief question for Mr. Petkoff, if you wouldn't mind. So to clarify, you don't have like a power line to the property. The power on the property is supplied by generator?
It's supplied by generator. Yes.
Okay.
And we have measured the noise level multiple times because of, so there's that complaint. We proved that it's under the limits. The generator is totally fine. I mean, as you can see, there's a letter from air quality.
And can you tell me, how many hours it runs each day? I mean, do you have backup
Well,
battery storage, or how do you?
Have backup battery storage. I've been planning to put a solar for years, but unfortunately, thanks to my nice neighbors appealing my license for second time already, I just can't make any money to afford the solar. And the solar, it's too expensive right now. I mean, I have plans to put buildings around the generator as well. Well, once again, it's because of no funds. There's no way to make anything. I mean, I'm trying to make my best to comply with everything and even make them happy, but they just keep coming with something extra to, ask from me, which is not fair. I mean, the generator is totally fine. It's legal. It's operating. We have all the permits for it.
Do you know about how many hours it operates each day?
Well, we usually operate from, sometimes we operate 24 hours. It all depends of how warm it's outside, but that's not all the time. It's very few days in the year. Usually it operates from, let's say, 7 o'clock in the morning to 8 maybe until 10 o'clock at night. And after that, even if it's running at night, it's a quiet generator. We already did all the level of the noise. We've been through that hassle before with some companies.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner Sharp.
Do you know what size the generator is?
It's a 40 kilowatt.
40 kW?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question for you, Mr. Pekoff. In regard to the map that Mr. Blanco gave us, where in relationship is the generator? There's a number 1 mark that is spotted right in the middle. Is that where your generator is located?
Can I take a look at the map?
Sure. Yeah.
My generator is basically where the house is. If you look on the left side, there's another building, and this is where the generator is. It's a stationary generator. There's a concrete pad that the generator stays on, and I have a 1,000 gallon tank for the diesel fuel that we're using for.
Is that I'm trying to.
No.
It's this right here. That's a setup. Yep.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
It's technically in the middle of the property. It's not, you cannot hear anything from any property line. I mean, we've done this multiple times with professional device, and we know that the sound is not bad at all.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Does the commission have any other questions for Mr. Petkoff? No, thank you. Did you have someone else who had public comment on Zoom? Earlier. Yes, Mr. Strauss.
Thank you. Just as a point of order, I do want to request observation of the photos that were submitted and the map. I understand it was Government Code Section 54957.5B requires that documents are submitted to the majority of all of the commission be available to the members who are present for review. And I'm not able to see that, and I don't believe anyone else present is either. I also would appreciate the opportunity to respond to some of the statements that have been made, and I understand that perhaps will be done in due course, but I want to make the request again.
Point of order, Chair. Did he speak prior? I had trouble hearing who he was.
He did speak
Yes, I
prior.
did.
Now he's speaking as part of public comment.
Okay, in that case, I'll go ahead. Thank you. So I just want to point out that Mr. Milenko's diversionary presentation does not address the issue for the commission, namely how to assure compliance and whether illegal grading, burning, burial plastic waste, light pollution, diesel generator pollution, or water hauling continue to occur for this project. It is not appropriate to impugn or blame neighbors or judicial determination that the prior ordinance manifests secret requirements. Plainly, these arguments do not establish compliance with the application, and did not satisfy the obligations of the county to comply with its own ordinance and CEQA. The public comments also do not speak to the condition of property or about the specific violations stated in August 31st letter, or the observation of the neighbors who spoke today. The applicant said in comment that he does everything legal for the past years. It's obviously not true. The abatement order establishes much. Mr. Milenko admits that the non-compliance with the applicant is a quote, very real concern. And in contrast to what was said in the commentator online, this is not an example of quote, everything happening as it should, or akin to a non-compliant journeyman showing up when a punch list inspection shows that there's something amiss. This is a full-blown legal growing of 1,000 plants while an application is pending. And the plants are growing without blackout tarps. It was done with unlawful water hauling and no verification. Appendix C also states that 3-story residence was permitted in 2010 on Mr. Petkoff's property. And Mr. Milenko and the applicant states that there's no wired power. So I question whether 2 generators are in fact only for agricultural use, as stated AQMD. But more importantly, the district's determination that an AQMD permit is not needed is by no means the same as requiring that it be a tier 3 or tier 4 generator under County Code Section 17.43G.040A. And Mr. Milenko and the applicant not asserted the current diesel generator is compliant. Mr. Milenko admits that there had been leveling, and I appreciate that the defense attorney and Mr. Milenko makes an argument about that, but leveling is grading. And Mr. Gardner personally attested to legal grading. Others have mentioned illegal grading that they observed. Mr. Milenko, Mr. Petkoff have not established a lawful amount of leveling has occurred. Due to the water hauling, leveling, grading, burning, and burying, this application must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on Zoom?
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, Sam. We got you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to point out that they've made a lot of allegations against this man with no pictures. Where are the pictures of the illegal burying? Secondly, grading, leveling is not grading. Grading has a specific amount of yards moved to be qualified as grading. It seems to me that we have a bunch of illegal growers who do not appreciate a legal grower bringing the police over and the fishing game over. It seems like to me this is a bunch of, for a better word, bullshit. Y'all should have, this man seems to me follows the rules and's got a neighbor built a house on his property, extorting the man, telling him, if you don't let me have this property, I'm going to call the police on you. Seems like a bunch of crap to me, and I hope that y'all approve this man's license and move forward, and let's address some real issues. If you're going to accuse a man of hauling water and burying garbage, attorney that looks like he just woke up from 2-day bar hopping without even running a comb through his hair, he should bring the receipts. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask whether or not the applicant's representatives also wanted to speak during public comment in order to be equitable.
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I appreciate that. I don't have a lot to add. I think, like I said, I want to fall back on the staff report. I want to fall back on staff's site visit, site reports, the ordinance. I know you've heard a lot. I don't myself see a lot of substance. There are allegations. There was burning. There was not burning of that trash. This was a winter that left dozens of trees across the road that Mr. Petco helped clear with his equipment. Some of that gets burned. That's not cannabis waste. That's not prohibited. You can't burn cannabis waste. That doesn't mean you can't still live in Trinity County and burn brush. So I don't have information about water hauling, so I'm not going to speak to that. I didn't see anything other than hear an allegation. So, I would like to reiterate, please make a decision tonight, whatever that may be. And I do hope that decision is to reject this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm going to open it back to any technical clarifying questions for staff.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Sharp.
Yeah, the question for staff, have you verified the size of that generator? Is that part of his permit process?
Maybe Daniel Marvel, who I think is online, may be able to speak to his compliance inspections. I personally haven't been out there, so.
Is that part of the compliance inspection, is to verify generator sizes and what they're using?
I guess it is a requirement of the EIR, but as we're seeing tonight in these appeals, in terms of mitigation measures and their applicability, the project consents to comply with the mitigation measures as applied to the project, but they are not required to implement those mitigation measures until after the project is approved. So, my opinion at this point would be that would be something that going forward we would be doing in terms of verifying the mitigation measures as part of our annual environmental compliance inspections post approval.
So how does it work for the requirement that they not run the generator between 10 and 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. when the site has no power and sometimes you need to run it 24 hours a day? How does that work?
I would say that is an area where code is not clear in terms of, there having been a dwelling requirement applied to all commercial cannabis licensed projects. And so in this instance where, as I understand it, it's sort of a mixed use, that is unclear.
Okay. Yeah, you need power for the house. I get it. So I had a question about the wells. Did he supply a copy of the well permit?
Yes, ma'am. There were copies of the well permits, and those wells are documented within the SmartGov system as being approved by environmental health.
And is there documentation that they provide sufficient water for the cultivation operation as proposed?
Yes, I believe in the well report, it states the production rate as measured at the time of the drilling.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Barrett.
So they have a valid EIR in place. It addresses all the mitigating issues we're hearing tonight.
Yes, as part of their Appendix C document, they have a mitigation monitoring applicability table that specifies all of those mitigation measures and their applicability to the project.
Perfect. And they have a valid CEQA document?
I guess that is what is in potentially being appealed tonight, is the validity of that, but staff's determination is that yes, the project as proposed is compliant with our final approved EIR.
Okay. I noticed at the back of the document, there's also CDFW approval. So it seems to me that they have covered all their bases. I just want to clarify that everything is in order. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Sharp.
This is a mixed light project, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many lights and what wattage those are?
I don't know offhand. I could try and look it up. But based on the photos, it looks to me as though there's been, I'll give you a little sort of history. There's been some confusion, or there's been changes from the original implementation and criteria between Trinity County's regs and the state regs. And so initially with DCC regulations, in order to pull blackout tarp over a greenhouse, it required that you have a mixed light license. That has since changed. And so there are many program participants who initially applied for mixed light licenses. However, they are below the specified thresholds of wattage per square foot to qualify for either tier 1 or tier 2 mixed light. And based on the photos that I've seen that were provided by the appellant, it does not look as though it looks to me that they are string lighting, and that would be below, I believe it's 5 watts per square foot, but I could try and look that up for you if you want more specific wattage.
Maybe the applicant can answer that question. He probably knows.
Can you ask the question?
Yeah, no, I was just curious how many lights you're operating and what the wattage.
Well, let's go back when those pictures were taken. They were taken 3 years ago when the previous appeal was. I mean, the pictures that you see over there are super old, first of all. And at that time, they were string lights. I mean, like 100 watt per light. I would say we have, I don't know, 40 lights or something at that time. That was
100-watt light? Are these LED?
standard lights. That was 3 years ago. I'm talking about old pictures, and I'm answering question with the current situation at that time. So right now we have different lights. We have lights that are 1,000 watts, which are 6 per greenhouse, and we have a greenhouse with 7 of them.
So total lights for all your greenhouses and wattage?
Well, everything is in our SQL. I mean, in top of my head, I cannot tell you how many watts. I mean, I'm not gonna get my calculator to tell you how many watts, but everything is in the document and it's below the limits. Let's say we have 24 lights.
At 1,000 watts?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I just did confirm, this is a type 1 mixed light. So that is 6 watts per square foot maximum. And it is in compliance with that. So it doesn't mean he has that many. It sounds like he has a little less than that, but that would be the maximum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners have any other technical or clarifying questions? Okay. I am going to bring it back then to the commission for a motion on this agenda item. Do someone care to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that, well, let me find the motion.
Commissioner Heaton?
I would make a motion that the planning commission would move to uphold the appellant's request to deny the CCL 106 with findings stated by the planning commission. Wait. Nope, I'm wrong, sorry. This is, I make, my recommendation is all complaints referenced in the appellant's reason for appeal within the jurisdictional authority of the Trinity County Cannabis Division and the TCC 17.43, which are related to the site-specific review, have been determined to be adequately evaluated and analyzed within the associated resource categories of the Appendix C environmental document for the project, which is approved on June 23rd, 2023. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission make a motion to deny the appeal of P 2322, upholding the director's decision to approve CCL-106 with the findings referenced in the staff report.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Heaton, second by Commissioner Barrett. So commissioners, discussion. Mr. Barrett.
I don't believe the planning commission should be involved in neighborly disputes. This is a long-established business. He has jumped through every hoop. He has met every goal. It's time for us to get out of his way and allow him to provide for his family and support him how he sees fit. It is not for us to discriminate against him for his choice of chosen profession.
Thank you. Commissioner Sharp?
Yeah. You know, I was listening, I was actually pretty moved by his wife's comments that, you know, she holds him to the strictest letter of the law. But I still have to go back to the fact that, and whether he was licensed by the state or not, he was willing to break county ordinances regardless. For obvious reasons, he has to make money. But it still doesn't change the fact that he did. And it kind of doesn't merit what his wife said, that she holds him to the strictest letter of the law if they're willing to do things outside the lines when they have to. I do believe this has a lot to do with neighborhood dispute. I can look on Google Earth and see that there's at least a half dozen illegal grows within that vicinity. So this is not the only cultivation. I am happy to see people trying to get licensed and be legal. It would be nice to see that all over the county. This, I don't know. I don't know. I have a hard time approving anything where people don't want to follow the rules. And I get it. The lady commented, you know, it's just like a journeyman electrician going out, doing something wrong, getting cited for it, us going back and correcting it. But it's not electrical work, and it is a very controversial profession. And it, even though some people don't think it is, there's a lot of people that do. So just as many people that think it's the norm, there's that many people that don't. And certainly the people that don't want to see people follow the rules and the laws so they can feel like this is a legitimate business. And that's where I have a hard time with this. I would like to see people coming that haven't grown outside the rules, that are just doing things the right way and not being told to do the right thing, but do the right thing without being told. It makes it a lot easier to make decisions.
Other discussion? Commissioner Heaton?
I understand and I appreciate your comment there, Bill. I really do. And I kind of, it for myself, one of the things that goes back is like when it more of a civil situation, when I look and I see the outhouse and it's like the neighbor's outhouse on his property. And it's like, you know, really, it's like, you got an outhouse, you're crapping on his land. It's like, and yet you got some issues. And it's like, and truth of the matter is, it's like, I haven't been to Rowdy Bear or whatever. And it's like, I couldn't even begin to tell you how to get there. I didn't even know it existed, if you want the truth of the matter. But it was like, in a situation like this, it was like, and I, this is kind of one of the thoughts I had. It was like, okay, he was growing, everything was passed, everything's expected to grow. And at the last second, he gets a monkey wrench thrown into his system. And then it's like, and that was April. And then it's like, I don't know, but it's like there's a part of me that's speculating. It was like he probably expected it to have been a whole lot farther along and already going and stuff like that. And it was like, yeah, I kind of wish that he hadn't been growing as well. I agree, but I got to confess something to you. I don't do everything by the books either. I'm just being honest with you. And sometimes I wish I did, but sometimes I don't. And it was like, but in a situation like this, I see it more as a situation that we have disgruntled neighbors who's we got a pissing match going on, and it was like, and we're trying to do this, and it's like, and if you don't get my way, I'm going to do this, and it's like, you know what? That's how I see the situation. And so, yeah.
So I agree. I mean, it's awkward for us to be placed, between, in a dispute that's between neighbors. But it's hard to compare a dozen plants like in that photo versus 10,000 square feet of mixed light. I don't think two wrongs make a right. As Lisa said, we need to decide this on the facts. And so to me, the facts are that there is a pattern of noncompliance. And so that is one of the criteria for denying an application. The appellant submitted, I agree, a very general objection, which is not helpful. And as Mr. Blanco said, I would really encourage appellants to be very specific in the future. But they did include a lot of complaints. I just get the feeling that due to the remote location, that inspections just aren't happening. I mean, there was a lot of language in here about staff not being able to inspect due to COVID and then due to resignations and all that kind of stuff. So who knows all kind of what the true status of compliance was. The appellant did submit this vague list of complaints. They provided a lot more specific information on Monday. And as I said earlier, I was kind of wondering why that wasn't forwarded to the commissioners to review then, that we just got it this afternoon, because, I would have tried to do more homework. As it was, I tried to contact the Forest Service to ask, about the commercial hauling permits and so forth. Haven't received a response. I'm concerned that we are leading the applicant down a false path, that, we give them a license and say, well, you're on your own. The commercial trips, that's the hauler's responsibility. The possibility that you might be stopped on crossing federal land because this is a federally illegal substance, that's your risk. I don't know that that's a thing I personally want to, kind of hand off to somebody. So anyway, I just think that there's just a lot of unresolved issues here. I agree with Mr. Blanco. We need to decide tonight, but I'm just not seeing that we've resolved those issues and that we can really move forward with this. I think it needs to maybe have a decision tonight and then truly go back and try to resolve some of these issues. That would be my thoughts. Any other thoughts?
I'd like to see this move forward because I want to see people start changing what they're doing. And this is a transitional thing. Yes, it was an illegal operation and still the illegal operations are happening. Federal doesn't recognize it. How do we move beyond that? How do we push beyond that because it's true, none of us follow the rules completely. We can't, it's almost impossible. So when do we go, okay, when are we going to trust that people are going to up the game? And I think that's part of what we're doing here too.
Okay. All right. It sounds like we are ready to vote. Does this require a roll call vote? It's not a resolution, but we should. Okay. No, there's no resolution, so it doesn't require a roll call. Oh, I think that would be good for clarity.
I would advise a roll call vote on this.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Ellis, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Commissioner Fall?
No.
Thank you. That's 4-1 to uphold the director's decision to approve CCL 106.
Great, thank you very much. Do we need a break before we proceed? Okay, let us take a break until 8 o'clock.
You know, speaking along those lines, I have a.
Okay, this pile of paper goes away.
I'm serious.
They're all moving.
Please have a seat. Thank you. We're going to resume the Planning Commission meeting on August 3rd, 2023 with agenda item number 5. So item 5, appeal of Planning Director's decision P2311, an appeal of Cannabis Director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license application CCL 636 at 441 Creekside Lane, Hyam Palm, California. Appellant Josh and Michelle Michaels, licensee Nina Kalani, Anila LLC, assessor parcel number 0111-400-005-000. Staff?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, Drew Plabani, Director, Cannabis Division. For agenda item number 5 tonight, post-approval, staff was alerted to the fact that when previously we reached out to the assessor's office and looked through SmartGov records, there was no record of the adjacent residence being a legal dwelling in terms of it being finalized. So essentially the adjacent residence was finalized, which then requires that the site configuration conform to Trinity County Code in terms of the 350-foot setback from adjacent legal residences. And so because of that, the approval was rescinded, and the applicant will need to apply for a commercial cultivation variance for that site configuration. And that is the reason that it was rescinded, and therefore the appeal 2311 has been deemed moot.
Quick question for staff. When these appeals are deemed moot, are we reimbursing these people their money?
I believe that has been the practice in the past, yes, if requested.
Gotcha.
So I have a question. In the previous discussion, application, appeal, their attorney pointed out that the county's ordinance doesn't distinguish between permitted and unpermitted adjacent residences. And I did look this up. So in 17.43.05088, it just says it has to be 350 feet from any residential structure on any adjoining property. It doesn't say permitted. So where are we getting to the permitted part?
And that is a point that I would have liked to clarify. But,
Okay, I appreciate that.
I'm glad for the opportunity to clarify it now. I agree that in that code section, it does not specify how, and in the definitions section of 1743, it does not refer to residence.
Right, there's no residential structure definition.
What it does give us a definition for is a legal dwelling. And a legal dwelling means a building intended for occupancy as living quarters built prior to 1972, so that'd be a grandfathered dwelling, or that is properly permitted by the county.
But
So
the ordinance says residential structure. It doesn't say legal dwelling.
And that's one of the reasons that we are engaged in ordinance revisions right now, because there are a number of inconsistencies similar to this. And so staff has had to rely on the definition of legal dwelling to qualify whether or not an adjacent residence would require projects to meet the setback requirement from residences, which we interpret as a legal dwelling.
So do you have a council kind of opinion on this that says a residential structure has to be permitted now?
That is the way that we have interpreted it. I don't currently have an opinion in front of me, but I know that we've had significant discussions over the last year related to this, and perhaps council on the line wants to give their opinion.
Just because I know there's a lot of structures in Trinity County that aren't permitted. So,
Burnt down in the fire.
yeah,
Well, I mean, I guess that brings up,
Yeah.
for discussion, what qualifies as a residence? So does that mean that I can build a shed and reside in it, and therefore an adjacent property is required to meet the setback requirement? And so that is why we rely on the definition of legal dwelling to clearly establish what residences qualify or don't.
okay, well, thank you, I appreciate that. I can definitely see the need to clarify that in any future ordinance. Okay, so my understanding of this agenda item is that Appeal 2311 is now moot. To proceed with this, the applicant would need to apply for a variance and come back before the department, correct?
Yes, I guess if they are able to, if they want to keep their current configuration, they would be required to go through the initial variance hearing.
Okay. So no further action is required of the commission?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Okay. Thank you. So we will now move on to item 6, appeal of planning director's decision P2306, an appeal of cannabis director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license renewal application, CCL 132, for 200 Coffin Road, Lewiston. Appellant Lori Wills, Friends of the Lewiston Grass Valley Creek. Licensee Natalie Kohler McNamara. Assessor parcel number 025-180-038-000. Staff?
Included in the backup for tonight's agenda, there should be a memo dated July 28th. And this is just reflecting the fact that on June 8th, 2023, the approval for CCL 132 and its associated environmental document were rescinded, and the appeal P2306 deemed moot. The current appeal of CCL 132 is now P-23-21.
So to follow up on Commissioner Sharp's question. 21.
Item number 7.
So the initial appeal, the application was rescinded after the staff worked out some issues with the Appendix C. So I believe the applicant requested a refund. So that refund should be granted, yes?
The appellant, yes, requested a refund on P23-06, and I did sign off on that refund request.
Okay, great. And I'm assuming then that it's being processed?
My understanding is, yeah, it takes a few weeks for it to get processed, so it should be in the works.
Okay, great, thank you. So we have no further action needed on item 6.
Yes, ma'am, no further action at this time.
Okay, so then we will move to item 8.
7.
Oh, we did 8. Item 7. Appeal of Planning Director's Decision P2321, an appeal of Cannabis Director's decision to approve a commercial cannabis license renewal application, CCL 132, for 200 Coffin Road, Lewiston. Appellant Crystal Bell. Licensee Natalie Kohler McNamara. Assessor parcel number 025-180-038-000. Staff.
Again, I'm going to, the reasons for appeal, the initial reasons for appeal of P-23-21, I think, were broad. And so staff, did what we could to respond to the 5 main complaints that were submitted in that appeal form. I'm going to go ahead and give a bit of project background. CCL 132 was first licensed in 2017. The initial Appendix C was submitted on February 24th, 2022, and the initial notice of approval was on February 17th, 2023. The initial appeal, which has now been deemed moot by Lori Wills and the Friends of Grass Valley Creek, which was P-2306. The approval was rescinded on June 8th, and then the updated Appendix C was then approved on June 23rd, 2023. We renoticed for P-23-06, which, again, as I said before, the intent was to consolidate the appeals to have a cleaner administrative record. Ms. Wills requested a refund, and so essentially we continued forward with that appeal having been deemed moot. And the second appeal, P-23-21, was appealed by Ms. Crystal Bell on July 12th, 2023, and scheduled for this evening's special PC meeting. In the reasons for appeal, they detail 5 main complaints, which staff responded to. And then there was a subsequent submittal with more specific concerns and complaints. Again, I think I'm just going to turn it over to the Planning Commission, and then any specific questions, if you have them now or later, I'm happy to answer.
Perfect. Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. Pavani at this time? Okay, so we will now hear from the appellant. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Crystal Bell. Just as a quick note, although the initial may have been broad, the reasons were still basically the same as the very first time this was appealed in February. And at which time that appeal was delayed for 2 months while portions of the appeal were dealt with and fixed. And then subsequent to that, set for hearing on a document that we weren't even aware existed when post filing of appeal or post bringing the issues to the staff in a meeting. They then allowed the applicant to resubmit an Appendix C with some corrections based on the information we provided, neglecting to tell us that it had been submitted until 3 days before the May 25th hearing, at which time we determined it would have been updated. And basically, so the issues are still remaining to be the same. They're CEQA issues. They're failures for staff in the county to require mitigation measures be done and implemented prior to the licensing of the approval of the licensing. When indeed it's known that there are facts and issues surrounding that area that are causing cumulative impacts. That's evidenced by the fact that each time we brought something up, the process is stopped, they fixed it, and then they reapprove. So are we off base? No, we're not off base on this. Cumulative impacts occur when there are 2 or more activities in the same location. We have a situation where the odor gets so intensified that our quality of life is subjected to these impacts. But basically, really going back into the reasons for the appeal. First off, I did note in the narrative that was submitted several of the things that were missing in the timeline, which included, basically we are on the 5th submission of an Appendix C, 2 of which were submitted based on issues that we brought forth. There's this pattern of pattern and practice on the part of the county where we bring this forth, they fix it, just as I said. But when it comes to the CEQA issues themselves, staff utilize the same language they did in the past staff reports anyways. But the first one that of major consideration to us is that if no feasible mitigation is available to reduce project's impacts or the project's contribution to cumulative impacts to a less than significant level, the county is approving. That's not CEQA. When that had happened, the county is obligated to not approve. They have to mitigate these measures in order to have a project. That is brought forth in a lawsuit. Excuse me, I'm fumbling for a minute here. Sierra Club versus California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, 2007. That is included in Green Law's information on the prior one. Which one was it? Item 8 today. So you can actually see in the code in her writings where she states that. But these are backed by legal rulings that you can't approve if you can't mitigate. And it's not up to the public to be the lead agency in determining whether this is. Director Pulwani asked me in a meeting one time, how much odor is enough for you? Well, that's not my decision. I just have to live with whatever is around us. But that should be part of the EIR and part of the process and the mitigation measures. It's not subjecting me to what's acceptable. We have a community that is obviously has submitted hundreds of complaints. Even their own staff shows that that's the case. And yet nothing is going to be required to mitigate prior to approval. That's where we're standing with this. And there is this practice as well as in the Appendix C submissions of not really telling the whole story. For example, in the odor control plan, which is not being required to mitigate, it states that the heaviest odor by the applicant, it states the heaviest odor emitting period is during the flowering stage and then up through packaging. Well, upon research and talking with other cultivators, it's determined that that could be a 9 to 18 week period. So that's not mentioned in the odor control plan, the duration of that period. And it's not mentioned in the plan that in the setup that they have, it's perpetual harvesting. And that means with greenhouses and they have mature and immature plants that they basically will have multiple harvests per year. And that tends to be a yield of 4 to 6 harvests. So when you're looking at a 9 to 18 week period of the greatest odor emissions, 4 to 6 times a year, what does that equate to? It equates to sensitive receptors in that area being subjected to the highest level of odor emissions for 36 weeks a year. Now, combine that with the fact that there's already one cultivation farm in existence that's that's going and doing the same thing, perpetual harvesting. Now you have a cumulative perpetual harvesting situation. Are there harvests in sync? I doubt it. So therefore, what do we got? We've got greatest odor emissions throughout the year round. And that's exactly what this community experiences. We're not making this up. We have nothing against the process. This is not a civil situation. This is a situation where we are trying to stand up for the rights that we have on our properties. Rights that seem to be forgotten by people that are approving all of these licenses. There is an attachment K included in there where for some reason, staff determined that 1,000-foot setback is all that needs to be considered when you're talking about impacts and sensitive receptors. 1,000 feet. There's language in the EIR that states that it could go beyond 2 miles. So why this decision to limit it to 1,000 feet, which is basically the distance from which they must be, that they cannot be cultivating closer to a youth facility. It has to be 1,000 feet away, et cetera. But sensitive receptors and odors and noise go beyond that 1,000 feet. That's very well known and documented in the EIR. So why are we limiting it to that when we're talking about it? And that language came in on this new appeal. I mean, this new approval, 623. It wasn't there before. It came in on the 5th submission based on the fact that we have said that they are not identifying sensitive receptors properly. So it's more of those kind of issues, the CEQA issues that we're talking here. Having representation and knowing that within that 2-mile radius that I provided with you in attachment K, there are hundreds of residential structures. Residential structures, as many times they keep saying it's not there, is in the code. I put the notations in there. It is in the EIR as residential dwellings are indeed sensitive receptors. And there's hundreds in that 2-mile radius. And there are now 12 approved licenses within that 2-mile radius of CCL 132. So our claim is these are not being mitigated.
Thank you. Your time is up. Does anyone have any questions, though, for the appellant? Did you want to provide any additional information from the staff?
If it's acceptable to you, Chair, I would prefer to let the appellant or their representative speak first and then provide some feedback.
Okay, so would the applicant's representative please step forward? You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Tom Belenko. I am the representative for the applicant and appellee in this case. And I wanted to just start by kind of shifting the focus on these numerous submissions, the Appendix C, as if that's something wrong with the process. I think that's exactly what the process is supposed to do. We have a submission. Hey, is this going to work? No, it's not going to work. You got to do this, this, and this. That's how this works. I think it's actually better that we've gone through several iterations of this Appendix C because it's had an opportunity to be vetted, not just by staff, but we have consultants for this. You know, there's a Boxing Day holiday that the Brits celebrate. It would be fun to do like my email or telephone holiday for everybody where we switch phones and stuff. But my email and phone for years have run off of. The EIR is too long. We don't have enough time to review it to make meaningful comments. Appendix Cs are too long. They take too much money to make. Daniel Marvel comes out and sees too much stuff. Like all these things that I hear about, not from these clients, but from everybody. I'm sure staff hears these things. I'm certain you hear versions of these things too. But the benefit of all those complaints and human moments is that we get very solid backup for these. It is not perfect. CEQA is not designed to be perfect. We have thresholds of significance. We make findings that some things cannot be mitigated. We know that going in. The EIR is clear about that. So when we have these Appendix Cs to say, hey, does this fit within here? Do we fit within the cumulative impacts? These things have been evaluated. Again, I have the utmost confidence in the staff report. So I don't have a lot to comment on that. I think staff did a great job on that. I think we have a very solid EIR to lean on for this. I do want to point out, I know this neighborhood. I think we all know this area. The overwhelming majority of the neighborhood has made their opinions clear on cannabis. We have carve-outs here. And we went over that in this room numerous times. And I think we also know that a begrudging compromise we reached on that issue is that existing licenses would be allowed to get renewed. This is one of those existing licenses. This is not new. It is new owners. And I like to think, and I certainly hope they will be better than previous owners, because there were a lot of complaints referred to. None of those complaints apply to these owners. They were to this location, but they're not on these owners. So again, I hope we decide tonight. I know there was some schedule shifting. I'm glad to see the appellant here this evening so that we at least have everybody in the room. I would like the commission to make a decision. I have confidence in the staff report. I hope you do as well. And again, I'd like to see you vote to reject this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to speak? You would have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Natalie McNamara. My husband and I have been living here in Trinity County for 5 years now. We have a daughter and we couldn't be happier to live here and raise her in this beautiful area. We reside in Hayfork, but we also have a farm on Coffin Road in Lewiston. Our farm is a small family-run business. My brother-in-law lives there, and it's just him, myself, and my husband, and another good friend who helps work with us. We are a permitted farm trying to survive in this very competitive industry. With the recent decline in the market and the issues going on with the county, we are struggling to make it work. Our property has already lost value by over $1 million. We have jumped through every hoop, paid all the fees, attended countless meetings about this property, and yet we are still being targeted by the Friends of Grass Valley Creek. Although my husband and I live in Hayfork, we spend a lot of time at our home in Lewiston as well. We love to eat at the hotel. My family from out of state drives here every summer to camp at the lake and go fishing. We all go fishing together. We go to the lake, we go to the rivers. We bring our animals to the Lewiston vet because we love the kind people there. We love the community, but unfortunately, we don't feel welcomed by our surrounding neighbors. And we feel like they're going after our farm because of their biased views about cannabis. And unfortunately, we were never approached by any of our neighbors to address any of the issues that they're concerned with. They don't seem to want to work together. They just want to get rid of us. We have done everything according to the county and state requirements, and the cannabis department has outlined that in their staff report. As a small business owner, a member of the community, and as a parent who's trying to work hard to give her daughter a good life, please deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have any technical or clarifying questions at this time for staff or the applicant or the appellant?
if I may, through the chair, I would like to respond to some of the comments provided this evening by the appellant. In terms of the concern that this was the 5th submission, Tom Belanco spoke to this, and ultimately the function of the Appendix C is to ensure compliance with the EIR. So the fact that there was 1 submission or 20 submissions really has no bearing on the final product, other than to improve it throughout the iterative process of identifying concerns or elements that could use more discussion. And that is what staff requested of the applicant's agent when we requested that the environmental document be updated after we became aware that there were some issues that hadn't been fully addressed. Interestingly enough, Ms. Bell pointed out that every time they raised an issue, we fixed it. And that is the intent of the Appendix C, again, is to ensure compliance with the final approved EIR. Additionally, she makes the claim that prior to licensing, mitigation measures should apply. And that is the function of the mitigation measure applicability table, which is included for your review in the staff report. I believe it's somewhere between 4 to 6 pages long. It's at the back of the staff report, and it lists all of the mitigation measures that are to be applied to this project. Going on to no feasible mitigation, that's in reference to, I believe, item number 1. And I take it as that essentially that's, it's referencing Ms. Bell's partial understanding of the EIR, and that is a concern about the adequacy of the EIR, which is not open for debate at this point, given that that is a final and approved EIR. Furthermore, the odor control plan itself is a mitigation. As we've previously discussed, how could a project that's in the development phases implement all mitigation measures prior to finishing development? So that is the function, again, of the Appendix C and the mitigation measure applicability table, which when applicants come in to pick up their license, they have to sign a series of documents, one of them being the mitigation measure applicability table, which they have to go through and initial and acknowledge that they will comply with all of the mitigation measures that were deemed applicable to their project. Another thing that she pointed out, which is that it's a perpetual harvest. I don't know if the applicant wishes to speak to that, but that seems, based on my extensive experience in the cannabis cultivation world, I don't think that her claims are correct. And I think that is an unfounded opinion that she's expressed. Furthermore, the odor concerns that she's referencing and the fact that she is able to smell cannabis odors is clearly addressed in the EIR. And I want to read a section from the EIR for you all, which is under Impact 3.3-3, exposure of people to objectionable odors. Implementation of the cannabis program would license the operation of new commercial cultivation and non-cultivation sites, as well as existing cultivation. The cultivation and processing of cannabis generates odors associated with the plant itself, which during maturation can produce substantial odors. Setbacks are required under the cannabis program. However, they do not preclude the generation of odorous emissions in such quantities as to cause detriment, nuisance, or annoyance to a substantial number of people. This impact would be significant. So there's significant discussion about odor in the EIR, and that is what was adopted in the final EIR, and staff's objective is to comply with the EIR and the ordinance. And so as we've, I think, clearly shown in our staff report, that we've done a very thorough review of this Appendix C document, and we have deemed it to be compliant with the EIR, and the mitigation measures have been applied to the project.
So sure, Commissioner Ellis.
I have a question for you. So does that statement that you read, let me get clarification. Does it saying extreme odor is gonna happen? And because it's gonna happen, if it's an approved project, that's just the way it is?
No.
And then if so, how does that apply in a community that's opposed to it?
Well, as I understand it, that's something that should have been taken into account during the comment period of the EIR. So the final approved EIR is what we have to work with. In terms of what the first part of your question, I believe that, yes, odors are going to be generated, which is why there are mitigation measures applied to these projects. The primary mitigation measure to control odor is the odor control plan, which is a required element of all Appendix C documents.
So there's been hundreds of complaints about odor. So does the new Appendix C, the latest Appendix C, contain an odor control plan that has additional measures beyond what is currently in place?
So in terms of the historical complaints of odor, the mitigation measures were not applied to the project because this was pre-CEQA evaluation. So going forward, yes, the odor control plan would need to be implemented when odor concerns were raised, which I assume they will. To my knowledge, there was no change to the odor control plan itself because it proposes 5 or 6 different types of mechanical controls or odor mitigation strategies to ensure that they can make significant reductions to the odors that are being generated from the cultivation site.
So how does that work? So you have to wait till you get more complaints before that mitigation measure is implemented, or is it implemented right off the bat?
So from ES 3.3-3, it basically says if offsite odor nuisance impacts cannot be avoided without odor controls, identify the procedures and controls for reducing or controlling the odors on site. And it goes on. So essentially what I can tell you is that related to, this Coffin Road area, as the appellant has stated, there've been a huge number of complaints related to odor. More recently, there were complaints submitted that called out specifically the last name McNamara as the source of the odor. And so myself and Bella went out to do an inspection to verify whether or not there was active cultivation going on. And there was not. And so when we received the most recent complaint of odor, we reached out to the adjacent cultivation site, which does have an active license, and let them know that given the fact that we'd verified that CCL 132 was not active, we requested to do an odor verification and odor control plan inspection, which is, I would have hoped we could have gotten done today before the PC meeting, but we have it scheduled for tomorrow morning. And that will be the first of its kind in which we will verify which of the odor control methodologies have been implemented, and then go from there in terms of how we quantify the odors, the strength of the odors at the source point versus potentially at one of the adjacent residences that have concerns. And that is also something that we are looking to incorporate into the updated ordinance in terms of actually establishing clear criteria as to how to quantify these odor concerns. And that would be done through the use of a piece of technology or piece of equipment that's called an olfactometer, which enables us to essentially quantify odors, even though odor is in itself subjective.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Sharp?
Mr. Blum, so I'm kind of backing up a little bit. When you were talking about the method for approving mitigation or for processing mitigation, and how the process works now, it sounds like it's reactive and not proactive. So when a person applies for a license, they get a license, and then there's this Appendix C, and there's all these things that they have to meet, but they don't have to meet them until after they start. It seems to me that that's upside down. And I'm just speaking from a development standard on all businesses and all development. There's a criteria to meet before you can put a shovel in the ground. I go to the building or planning department with my plan. They review it. They tell me what I need to correct about that plan. And then I go to the building department and my engineers, and they tell me what I need to correct about that. And it goes through this entire process through many different agencies before I'm actually able to put a shovel in the ground to do my project, my commercial business, whatever it may be. It's common practice across the board for anything. Why is this different?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of odor is difficult, and I can read you a few other sections.
I'm not just speaking of odor, I'm talking about the whole process, because what you've been telling us tonight, and it's news to me, is that as things come up, then we deal with them. And as the applicant gets his license, then he'll figure out how to make it work.
Odor is really the only one that falls into that category as you're describing it.
Okay. So why isn't that? I mean, odor is an absolute. There's no way to grow marijuana without having odor. It's not possible. So that's a known fact. It's a known quantity. And it appears that you have all the literature and verbiage to prove it. So why isn't that addressed before the license is even approved? What is your plan to mitigate your odor? Because you're going to have it.
Right. The plan to mitigate the odor is included in the odor control plan. And the reason that it's structured in the way that it is because of how the EIR was constructed. And I wasn't a part of that process, so I really can't speak to sort of how
I was.
final EIR was.
Perhaps I could jump
Derek,
in here.
yeah, please.
No, thank you.
No, he's
Is that a staff member? Oh,
Derek. Oh, he's the CQ attorney.
Please do enlighten us. Thank you. I'm
Maybe
sorry.
address the chair.
Yes, yeah, Madam Chair, members of the commission. So I was the county's CEQA counsel during the EIR process. And Commissioner, you're right. In an ordinary use, that's what you described is exactly what we would do. You have, undisturbed land, and if you're going to get a use permit or some authorization, you can't go do anything. You can't dig anything up, build anything until you get your approval. But with cannabis, it's different. We had a black market, a thriving black market in the county, and the idea going all the way back to the original permitting or licensing scheme, which goes back to 2017, is we wanted to bring people into the regulated market. And the EIR wasn't adopted until the end of 2020. There was this sort of grand bargain with the state where there was this exemption provided for our ordinance that we had before 2020, but that was going to go away at some point through a series of trailer bills. It eventually did go away, and Trinity County was actually one of the first to have a comprehensive EIR that addressed cannabis on a programmatic level. And so now we are applying that. People are going through that process, but there were a couple of years where that process hadn't been put into place because the programmatic EIR hadn't been adopted. And so you have, some licenses, some that had maybe received 3, even 4 years worth of licenses, and now they are coming into the, the regime that is required by the EIR, which establishes several more mitigation measures, and that's what we're trying to go up to. So in the cannabis world, you are going to have sites where there has been, in some cases, maybe fairly extensive prior activity and land disturbance and cannabis activity. And the idea is that we are transitioning those folks from the old regime to the new regime. And so it's going to be different when you're dealing with cannabis uses as opposed to every other type of use. So that was the very purpose of the EIR, was to bring the entire market up to the same standard, but it was a process. So I hope I'm not going on too long there, but
No.
but it is a different use, and it is different from those other uses that you mentioned.
Understood. So that being said, am I hearing you correctly then, that so you referred to we're under a new regime? Does that mean now that we aren't behaving that way, that these things have to be addressed and identified and, you know, proven to be handled before the license is issued or renewed?
So you have to look forward, going forward. And I agree with the speakers who have said that earlier tonight. So the mitigation measures that are required by the programmatic EIR, most of which are in chapter 17.43G of the county code, but some of them are also in the cultivation section, which is 17.43A. You have to demonstrate compliance going forward. And so what staff has to do is look at the Appendix C, look at all the supporting documentations and studies and say, can this applicant meet the mitigations that are required? And at the time of permit issuance, staff has to be satisfied that the applicant will meet those standards. But we cannot hold those standards to applicants for past activity because the standards didn't exist in the past. So that
Sure.
So it's a prospective determination. But I want to be very clear that if someone gets a license and they convince staff that they can, they can do what they're required to do, and then they don't do it, that's an enforcement issue, and their license can be taken away.
Understood. Thank you for that.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you.
I did have one other question, and this goes back to your comment and Mr. Blanco's comment about the process of getting here. The fact that this has went through however many iterations. She says 5, however many it is. His response and your response is both that, this is part of the process and it's good. And on the outside, it seems that way and it looks that way. And it seems like you guys are coming to, a better decision at the end. But the reality is it took somebody's time and money to get you there, and you're paid to do that job. So that argument doesn't really hold water, because without that time and money of that private citizen to do the county's job, then we wouldn't have arrived here. And so I think that needs to be looked at differently, because not everybody's got $500 to put up to appeal something or the time to do that appeal. So I'm hoping that our goal here is not to use a citizen government, but to do our jobs as county employees to get to where we are now without having appeals.
So,
Mr.
Chair,
Tato?
can I respond to that? So I appreciate that comment, Mr. Sharp, and you can rest assured that we are not relying upon citizens' appeals to review these documents and to make changes. This is in fact, the county's staff obligation to do this work, and we are in fact doing that work. You can make an assumption that no changes would have been made without the appeal, but you could also look at it that there could potentially have been changes to that Appendix C based upon the staff's review as well.
I appreciate that, but I'm making no assumptions. This is what they said happened.
Well, the statement that we only these changes have been made based upon this particular appeal, and that we are county staff is relying upon a citizen's appeal of $500 to make any changes, and that this county staff is not doing the appropriate job that they should be doing.
Yeah, I'm just speaking to what was said. So,
well, what was said was that there was been 5 iterations of this changed throughout this process. it's an opinion whether that was done because of the appeal or not.
And I'd like to.
It wasn't my opinion.
I'm not saying it was your opinion. It was somebody's opinion who
Okay.
has presented here today.
All right.
I'm not saying it's your opinion.
Right.
I'd like to add, I'm not exactly sure what your question was, but in terms of, your assertion that these revisions were made as a result, solely as a result of the concerns raised by the appellant, I just want to point out that the majority of all Appendix C documents that we have processed and approved have probably had at least 3 resubmissions, if not more. So it is an iterative process. We do take it in, it goes through initial review. We send out incomplete letters. The document gets updated. It comes back. It goes to technical review. We send out incomplete letters. The document gets updated. So this is the process. And I agree that we shouldn't rely on the public to point these things out. But just so you're clear that all of these approved documents have gone through multiple phases of revisions.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate you explaining that for me. Thanks for explaining your side, please. That's all I have.
Any other technical or clarifying questions from the commissioners?
I have a question for
Commissioner
Ms.
Heaton?
I have a question for Miss Bell. And I was looking at the, because I'm not overly familiar with Lewiston and all that, but on Coffin Road, it appears that, and it was something was brought up also, there's like, apparently there's an adjoining parcel that already has a cannabis license upon it and stuff like that. But it's like, where in relationship to these 2 parcels here, particularly the one we're looking at, is your house?
Our house would be the one directly across from CCL 133. It's hard to explain. Is there a picture there? Can I point it out on the picture? I can show you.
So it'd be like over here.
I mean, there are several residences across the creek.
Would you like to
Sure.
use this?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is CCL 132 and the other
Yes, ma'am.
CCL 133 is right here. Our home is here.
Okay.
Our winery is right here. Our business is right here. And there's another home right here. There's a
Your
home up here.
winery, is there a creek that runs through there?
Yes, this is the creek.
Okay. Is that Rush Creek?
Oh,
Yeah.
Grass Valley Creek.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if there aren't any other technical or clarifying questions, we'll open it to public comment. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Thank you, Chair, Commission, Adrian Keys from Hayfort. Just want to try and boil this down to the nuts and bolts. Our EIR was approved at the end of 2020. There was a 30-day appeal period. There was no appeals. The EIR contains by its very nature a statement of overriding considerations. The last 2 pages, possibly, maybe even just the last 1 page of the entirety of the EIR. And it relates back to what Director Poblani had mentioned about some impacts being not able to be mitigated beyond the point of, what's the exact word, below a level of significance. That's adopted into our EIR. That's a certified document. It says it right in it. And odor is noted in that. That specifically addresses the odor complaints that we're hearing now. It's part of the EIR. The ordinance requires a 350-foot setback from residential structures and up to 1,000 feet from sensitive receptors. The state actually only requires up to 600 feet from residential or from sensitive receptors. So we've already gone above what the state's. They also did their own programmatic EIR, which is how they came up with those things. So there's 2 certified environmental documents that basically state that this application is compliant with CEQA. Let's see, there is the odor baseline Existing conditions, the NOP 2018, existing conditions. There were 5,000 cultivation sites in Trinity County. I believe that number has been reduced by at least 50%. So even as of today, the potential for odor impacts underneath our ordinance and the EIR has been reduced by probably, it's hard to say because those numbers are all kind of speculative, as was the 5,000 when it was first noted, speculative, but they're gone. There's so much less unregulated cultivation than there was previously. So I ask that you deny this appeal and support the staff's recommendations. I think that their document did a fantastic job. It went above and beyond, and mitigations are an iterative process. If you were to, in fact, call this out for today and say, is the applicant compliant with CEQA odor mitigation right now? He most certainly is, because he doesn't have any plans. So let's go ahead and use today then. Is he compliant with it? Yes. It's an iterative process. If that were to be the case, then our water monitoring mitigation would be out the window, because if we would have to be compliant on day one, not every day from here on out. So please deny this appeal and support your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Mines, Junction City. I'm a little confused because I really wasn't going to say anything until she said she had a winery. And to me, that's kind of something that's an economic viability thing for our community. It's probably why it's here. And I would assume, don't want to make any guaranteed statements, that she grows grapes, manufactures it into wine, and then sells it, has people to her winery. I assume has a CUP to do all that. And is bringing economic viability to our community. I believe that's what this other project's doing too. It's a agricultural project, legal in the state of California, that's going to bring some economic viability to our community, which it desperately needs. So I was just, it's kind of like, I don't know how one's okay, the other one wouldn't be. So it's just a little confusing to me on that bearing, that it seems like she's doing a very similar kind of a project on her own property, but she's here to say one doesn't seem equal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room?
I'm back. Lisa Wright Lewiston, Chair, Commissioners. Flora is the agent for this applicant, and I can speak to the iterative process. So when the EIR was first adopted, staff was given an opportunity to have a transition plan and come out with guidelines on how to best complete your Appendix Cs. That didn't happen. And so as we went through the process, that was really kind of pushed because of the lawsuit and the settlement agreement. There was a lot of back and forth, right? Because there weren't really clear guidelines that had been given, by county staff. It's gotten now to the point we have a really solid, excellent staff, and we're able to probably go with one or two with some of the new. But on those original ones, it did take several back and forths because it wasn't always clear exactly what they were looking for, to meet the requirements of the EIR. The mitigation measures, again, just to reinforce, those cannot be implemented prior to project approval. There is nothing going on there, so you don't have the ability to implement your odor control plan, for example. The odor control plan, I'll just comment because this is part of their CEQA document, and our odor control plans were developed by a PhD scientist that specializes in much larger, actually, cultivations in Colorado. And there are some things that he would that are recommended in this odor control plan. Carbon filtration is one of the most effective. Ozone generation, bipolar ionization, high pressure misting. The odor control plan goes through and analyzes the structures that are proposed for use. And then also what would be proposed to be implemented. Ozone control is very effective, as I said, and carbon filtration. These are all in enclosed structures. They're greenhouses, so there isn't, outdoor where we'd see more of the use of the pressurized, high pressurized misting, which is an odor control measure that is used at sewage, disposal plants around the country. So it's not an unusual tool. But that is part of their SECO document. It's been accepted by the staff. We did not do any of the amendments in response to any appeals. As we learned from other projects what the county was looking for, we proactively made amendments and did resubmissions because we were learning, oh, you know what? They're going to require pre-construction bird surveys, for example. Maybe our biologists didn't agree, but this is what they wanted, so we ended up doing that, right? So it truly was a back and forth. So the plans are in place to provide great mitigation. I think, even though it's considered, you can't get it to less than significant, you may on a project basis. Cumulative impact isn't necessarily defined by 2 projects, right? It's defined by the effects of the program as a whole. So I think those are, some incorrect statements that have been made. The 1,000-foot setback, that is, as was mentioned by another speaker, it greater than the DCC requirements of 600 feet for sensitive receptors. So a lot of work has gone into this preparation, literally hundreds of pages, and many advanced technical reports are required. It should have been a simple checklist, right? It should be a simple checklist going forward, but we basically develop mitigated negative declarations in a tiered document, which is very unusual. But we've done that to avoid appeals and lawsuits and make our documents more solid, right? So I think that the applicant's claims are unbased. There's no evidence to support the claims that are made. They're not even operating right now, right? So that any odor, we don't know that odor couldn't be coming from illegal grows in the area. There's no way there are 12 licensed farms within 2 miles. I live in Lewiston. There are carve-outs everywhere, right? So I'm asking you to deny this appeal. It's baseless, and staff's done a terrific job. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the room?
Hi there, I'm Patrick McNamara, live in Hayfork, California. I live here with my wife, Natalie, and daughter, Isabella, and we have been trying to make it in these hard times. We've been potentially waiting since February just to be heard on this appeal, and that's another grow season that's in the books that we won't be able to produce anything. And I just wanted to bring up, I wonder if Crystal forgets that she was gonna sell her winery to Sam Brinkley, and they laid out the greenhouses, they decided where they're gonna chop the grapes, and she had no care for the neighbors then, and they would have put greenhouses right next to their houses, or a lot closer than ours, I should say. We've been targeted by this group for ever since we bought the property 3 years ago. Initially, they tried to put us in an extended opt-out zone. We fought almost a year just to be grandfathered in. And they said they weren't trying to take our livelihood. They were just trying to make it so no new grows were in the area. And then here we are again. There's no new grows in the area. And they're still trying to take our livelihood. About some of the historical nuisance complaints, the majority of them were from before we bought the property. And since then, the majority of them have been since we haven't been growing. So they're just seemingly just trying to make appeal, or not appeals, complaints, just so they can have complaints in the books. We've had multiple inspections. Our property's always been clean. If there's anything that's out of line, we've always fixed it right away. I appreciate all of your time here. I know it's been a long day, and I hope you deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McNamara, might I ask you a question? So I guess you're saying that you lost a grow season, but with this, I'm just learning, with this type of mixed light operation, would you not be able to have, to plant now and have additional crops this year? Is it only in the spring that you can plant?
So it's not profitable enough for us to grow year round with power bills and everything. So we can't grow 4 cycles. We grow 2 in the summer. And right now, if we had plants ready, if we were allowed to be ready to grow, then we could. Or if I could buy big plants right away and maybe we could find
I
them.
don't know, baby, but I'm on this meeting. Please don't come in, please.
Other than that, the whole season's gone.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that information. Do we have any other comments, public comment from the room?
Yes, my name's Dave Wellock. I live at the end of Wellock Road, which is north of where this place is at. My family, I'm the 3rd generation from that property that they're growing the marijuana on, or the buildings. My grandparents, my mother, and then me. I do have one other living member of our family still. He's 93 years old. You could talk to him. I don't know what his memory's like, but I know that he's been up to our place and smelled the pot. I also have a aunt. My mother's baby sister is buried on that property. I have not been up there since, I guess I can say his name, Don Coffin sold the property. There is also another 2 graves on there, which are the owners before my grandparents, which was the Lease family. We do smell the pot down our direction. There is a subdivision there off of Wellock Road. Approximately, I think there's probably 9 or 11 residencies on it. We also have Grass Valley Creek running through our property. What are we getting chemical wise, fertilizer wise, or whatever from those pot grows up there? How much contaminated are our water live streams, which runs right into Trinity River? There's a pond there. It can settle in that too. Actually, there's 2 ponds there. I do not believe that they should be granted permission to go ahead and do their growing. We've got young people. We got people swimming in the river. Like I said, I do have family buried on that, and nobody, Mr. Coffin knows about them, but nobody's ever come up to me and said, hey, come up, see if you know where your family's at. Nobody's ever asked me that. If this was Indian property, you can bet your dollars that they would not be building or tearing up the property where these graves are at. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in the room?
Hi, Jessica Boyd of Lewiston. I wasn't going to really speak today, but I've heard a couple people, Belanco, McNamara's, both state that they've never cultivated and been licensed for it or noticed for it. And in the attachment that Crystal gave you guys, listed with L at the top, is a notice of violation for cultivating. And then also which was in February of 2022, they fixed it, asked for a reinspection. They were good to go. Then in August of the same year, we had called for a site visit because they weren't able to get onto the property to verify. And Daniel from the cannabis department came and verified visually that there was unlicensed cultivation occurring again. So I just wanted to reiterate that everything you're hearing today is not actually true. Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you give me those dates again?
The first one occurred February 21st, 2022. And then the second was when the cannabis department came out on August 23rd, 2022.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other public comment in the room? Very, very briefly, please.
Public comment. Point of order, please clarify.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the staff to respond to that instead. Thank you.
To be honest, I didn't fully understand what she was referencing, but as we discussed in the last appeal, our job as staff is to administer code. And so based on 1743, it gives the ability for non-compliance to be remedied, which happened. So I'm not sure what.
So there is a timeline for compliance timeline compiled of Mr. Marvell's activities. And it does note that on 8/23/22, Compliance Division staff member Daniel Marvell visited the property, and during the visit, unlicensed cultivation was observed on the property associated with CCL 132. So would that mean that that was during the time period that the property was owned by the McNamara's?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
And just to point out that violation was resolved.
Right. Yeah.
Any more public comment?
So do we have any other public comment on Zoom?
Yes, and I'd like to start with a phone caller who can't get their hand to raise using their.
I got something to say.
Hold on, we'll get.
So we're going to identify a phone number. Once your phone number is identified.
Veronica Kelly Albies.
Okay, Veronica.
Would you please go first?
Veronica, do you have a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm on my phone. Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I appreciate Commissioner Sharp's questions regarding permit. Having in my job, having gone through a permit process over the last couple of years, the permit's not finalized until everything has been put into place. So I think it's a valid question and concern when you're issuing licenses as to whether or not the mitigation measures have been met. Because what it sounds like, and Director Plubani can correct me, that once the permit is issued, the only, there may be site visits afterwards, but I don't know whether or not they go back to make sure all the mitigation plans have been met. It sounds like it's sort of complaint driven as to whether or not they were. In terms of the odor, I think that's a strong argument for the cumulative effects, whether it is a farm in the system or not in the system. I think it all plays into whether or not the quality of life for that area should really be considered on the cumulative effect meter, so to speak. And we've had conversations before in several meetings, both Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors, regarding the 7-day period to correct things. But, the ask forgiveness, not permission, how often does that rule apply before someone takes notice, as was said earlier in the meeting about, okay, this has become sort of a serial issue of non-compliance, but then they get 7 days to fix it, which is great. And I can appreciate that the applicant has done all of that. But, it's knowing the rules, following the rules, And knowing that they can't grow before they have their license seems like a pretty standard rule that everybody knows. So just something to keep in mind. But those are just some things I've noticed in the discussions tonight, and I wanted to bring them forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to go through this quickly because there has been a mountain of bullshit. Okay, let's just address the things that I see that are most relevant. I think the most relevant comment would be this particular farm is all greenhouses. That means that a carbon filtration system can be used for their entire canopy. And as to them having to complain first for them to go back and address it, yes, if you're a sensitive user, which they are not, they had no problem with us when we were there, nor problem selling to us when they wanted to sell us that farm. In fact, our trimmers harvested their grapes one year. They're not sensitive at all, but let's just say you are. Then you complain. She has no problem doing that. She's made hundreds. She complains, and then they go back to their CEQA and address it with a carbon filtration. As to Sharp's comment on money, $500. These people pay $1.9 million tax basis on that property. I developed it. It was $425,000 before the cannabis license. That means their cannabis license is worth $1.5 million, of which y'all taxed them this year, and they were not allowed to use. So TAA has got them involved in a refund to hundreds of farmers amounting to massive money. And furthermore, this is just a red herring. What TAA and Friends of Grass Valley Creek are doing here, and two of the members sitting on that board damn well know it, is trying to do a cumulative impact complaint. If they can win this, they will immediately sue any farmer that has a neighbor and shut them down for a year. As to address the concerns of the creek, okay, first off, those farms don't pull out the creek. Only the vineyard does. And they claimed they claimed, oh my God, what was it? 500 or 500, I forget the ridiculous number, but it was basically their entire water right. Something like 250 acre feet or 500 acre feet. They pull out of a well. Furthermore, the vineyard is allowed to use chemicals that we could never use on cannabis. The only person hurting that creek is Friends of Grass Valley Creek, the only commercial pull out of that creek. Crystal is pissed that we backed out of the sale, and now she wants to punish people because she can't sell her vineyard because she's got 5 acres of grapes and no room for expansion. So she blames the cannabis farmers. You already gave her an entire carve out. She tried to sunset these people's license. What you're doing is dragging the county into another lawsuit. And I hope that he personally sues Crystal for torturous interference of
Thank you
business.
for your comments. Your time is up. Do you have any other comments on Zoom?
Jennifer Hill?
Hey, this is Jennifer Hill, Douglas City. This sounds like an all too familiar story of being bullied out and harassed out of a neighborhood. A really sad story that's pretty familiar. Seems like they're just stifling this license, one appeal after the next, pulling out, being moved. I don't understand why you would just purposefully drag this on for years. It sounds like now that I'm listening, without any actual claims, any valid claims. You know, no one I know is harvesting 6 times a year. So just basing your facts in reality is always a good place to start. And if it is inside, then odor control and odor mitigation is very easy. This family is an exemplary family that's farming here. If you don't want this nice young family farming here, bringing money to your economy, raising their beautiful kids here, who do you want here? Who do you want in this program? So I just want to say that I hope you deny this appeal and grant this young, kind family their license and allow them to get on with their life. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Other comments on Zoom?
Chris Williams.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, my Zoom's been doing weird things. Okay, Chris Williams, Weaverville. So the appellant discussed quality of life. What about Natalie and Patrick's quality of life? Every move they make is under a magnifying glass. That must feel like the weight of the world. Per the appellant's definition of cumulative impact being two or more things happening in an area, the Friends of Grass Valley Creek are two or more people that have waged an economic war on a particular livelihood. Is that not an unaddressed cumulative impact? Let's address that. Flip that narrative. A winery is an agricultural business too that has smells associated with the fruit they grow, fertilizers used, machineries used, the fermentation process, which, it's fermentation, it's gross. The grapes go through, not to mention the smell of the final product itself. I happen to like wine. This is not about odor. Everything has an odor. Let's be honest, any cannabis farm in Lewiston, and there are only a handful. And as a reminder, these farms are only allowed 10,000 square feet to actually grow a plant. They're going to have a war waged against them by the Friends. And they've already won the battle. There's only a handful of farms that are allowed to ever operate in this area. And anyone can file a billion complaints and speculate and go down those rabbit holes. But it doesn't mean that any of these things are legitimate. But yay for the democratic process, because that is important. Everyone should be heard. And this farm is held to a higher standard than any of their neighbors. So I urge you to deny this appeal. The rights of this farm and these farmers are no less important than that of the appellants. And regarding the permit process and when mitigations are allowed to be put into place, this is the system that we have. If you want to amend that system, there will be time for that in the ordinance revisions. But also, how do you mitigate a smell before you are allowed to legally grow? And what if you don't have neighbors? And there is a long list of regulations that each farmer that I've already previously discussed has to already follow and have in place before they are issued a license. It doesn't make, doesn't make sense. So deny the appeal, support staff. They're on their game tonight. They are full of intelligent people, and this is what they do day in and day out. So respect them. Thank you very much.
Other comments on Zoom?
Matt Jefferson.
Hello, Commission. It's nice to know you know my name, even though it says Trinity Alps Canacraft. But anyways, okay. So Matthew Jefferson from Trinity Center. I'd just like to kindly remind all of you guys that the Trinity County Cannabis Program was written to bring legacy cultivators into compliance. Growing cannabis before you had an approved permit does not disqualify for you. I'm just asking you to please deny this appeal and stand with staff's recommendations and determinations. These are family farmers. They're trying really hard. They're jumping through all the hoops. Anyone that's trying to do this and get licensed should be strongly applauded. When they come into quality of life being ruined by agriculture, and someone that's also participating in agriculture is bringing that up, rural communities have agriculture. Agriculture has noise and smell. It also brings economic viability and sustainability. This is money that Trinity County needs. And just to give some kind of personal perspective, I'm in Coffee Creek. I have a licensed facility. I live right next to Alpen Cellars. My farm is actually on the road that you have to drive through to get to Alpen Cellars. My plants are 100 feet from the road. I have never, ever had a single complaint from any employee or owner of that winery. There has never been a negative impact to their business. So it's just, this is hate and discrimination from a neighborly dispute. I don't know what, but please stand with reason. Please stand with the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Sidman.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I just felt like it was important to represent Lewiston, which is not a monolithic community. I think that if the landed gentry came down off of their estates and talked to the people who live in Lewiston and make Lewiston work, they would find that there's a lot of positive feelings about cannabis and what those businesses could do in our community. I respect the opt-out zones. People did the work. They get the opt-out zones, but I also respect the fact that we negotiated a grandfather clause and we said that these licenses would stand. And if we allow that to be eroded over time, it's back to what Commissioner Sharp said he doesn't want, which is government by citizen complaint. We established that these licenses were grandfathered in. I really understand and appreciate, and I'm touched by the fact that Mr. Wellick has such strong ties to that property. And I think it's easy for me to say from the outside that I see this as like an evolution that's ready to happen, and some new potential and new growth for Trinity County, which I think will be good. And I'm sorry that it is so divisive in our community, because Lewiston's a really great place. It's a really great place. And I would like to offer, Crystal, we don't know each other, but I do this for a living, and I'd like to offer you free website services for cannabis tourism. If this passes and you have a cannabis farm next to your winery, I will make you the most successful winery in the Emerald Triangle. And I'll do that for you for free on spec. Because this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for Lewiston, and I see a bigger picture. And you want to know what smells bad, you guys? Alpacas smell bad. And if you are familiar with this neighborhood, it makes you shake your head. So I really, really appreciate everybody's time. I really appreciate that people appear to be not reinventing the wheel tonight. This isn't the proper venue to rewrite the EIR. These licenses are grandfathered in, and I know that this is a really touchy subject, and I know that there are people on the dais tonight that are extremely invested in seeing that this project doesn't happen. And I also believe that we could get a majority tonight and just move forward. So I really want to thank staff for a good report and all the back and forths. And let's have more $1.5 million valuation properties in Lewiston that are paying taxes. That's what I'm for.
Thank you.
Carla Avila.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair Ball, and everyone. This is Carla Avila from High and Palm. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I would really like to emphasize that our programmatic EIR in section 6.2, significant and unavoidable adverse impacts. So this is a section that is required, a CEQA mandated section in every EIR. PRC section 21100B2A states that an EIR shall include a detailed statement setting forth in a separate section any significant effect on the environment that cannot be avoided if the project is implemented. Accordingly, this section provides a summary of significant environmental impacts of the project that cannot be mitigated to a less than significant level. Now, I think the odor plan and what they have in place is sound. I hope you will understand, staff, when they're telling you that you can't implement the mitigation measures until you're actually in operation, especially when it comes to odor control plan. In section 6.2, it states that sections 3.1 through 3.16 of this DEIR describe the potential environmental impacts of the project and recommend various mitigation measures to reduce impacts to the extent feasible. Chapter 4, Cumulative Impacts, determines whether the incremental effects of this project are significant when viewed in connection with the effects of past projects, other current projects, and probable future projects. After implementation of the recommendation mitigation measures, which require modification of draft language within the cannabis program, most of the impacts associated with the implementation of the project would be reduced to a less than significant level. still, there's your mitigations. The following impacts are considered significant and unavoidable. That is, there may be no feasible mitigation available to reduce the project's impacts to a less than significant level. And the first thing under there is air quality. And under there listed are multiple types of air quality impacts, including generation during commercial cannabis cultivation and non-cultivation operations of emissions of reactive organic gases, also project contribution to cumulative air quality impacts emissions, generation during the cultivation and processing of cannabis of odors associated with the plant itself, which during maturation can produce substantial odors, impact 3.3-3, and project contribution to cumulative impacts from exposure of people to objectionable odors. We spent 2 years on the FEIR. There was a lot of rounds of public comment, and it was a very hard-earned, county-wide earned, certified document that is our guiding principle, and our staff is doing an excellent job of being extremely thorough, and we should be commending them tonight. And I'm sorry, I understand there are still issues to work out in certain communities, but you guys have your opt-out. This family deserves fairness, and we are not rewriting the programmatic EIR tonight. Thank you so much. Please deny this appeal.
Thank you.
Rhoda Kane.
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I would have to start. I guess I'm losing my seconds as I speak. So I cultivate and live on the same street as a winery, a very successful winery in our community. And also, I'd like to say that, I actually did. The last comment, I was like, I don't know, I've never seen, but this one I did. I drove out to One Maple Winery, and I drove out there, and I looked, and I drove, and I tried. I tried hard. I wanted to see the pot farm from the winery. I tried so hard, and I couldn't. But so anyway, moving on. Here's the thing, it's like, I live right next to a winery. I grow cannabis right next to a winery. And I do have to say the odor is significant. The odor from the sulfur they smell or the sulfur they spray in order to prevent powdery mildew. I deal with that. I deal with the downwind effects from all the pesticides and herbicides they spray. It's horrifying. But I deal with all that, and I knew what I was getting into when I moved into this neighborhood. But here's the thing: it's like I'm really, really sorry. I'm really desperately kind of heartbroken that the people that own this winery do not understand the definition of cumulative effects, and I really, really hope that the Planning Commission does understand the definition of cumulative effects. It makes me really sad. I sympathize with the gentleman who said that his family member was buried there. Complaints don't equal violations. Catherine was very well spoken. Well, I assume that most of you support living within a capitalist system. Well, I personally don't, but I assume most of you believe in capitalism and that businesses should be able to do business, which is why I don't complain about the smells, the disgusting smells that come from the winery. And I just hope that you all can realize and support the fact that we live in a capitalist country that supports the right to do business. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nancy Anderson.
Yes, hi, Nancy Anderson from Lewiston, owner of Smelly Alpacas, apparently. The worst smell I've smelled at them is when they spit. It smells like raw sewage, so I back you up on that. But anyway, I'm not familiar as much with this particular farm. I know they were grandfathered in the opt-out. I don't recall when we were formalizing the opt-outs. I remember some discussion on how those grandfathered farms should be considered in terms of once they're in an opt-out, are they or should they be held to any higher standard than any other farm? And I honestly don't remember if there's any language in the opt-out ordinance that was developed. So maybe that's something that somebody out there knows that can respond later. I would just encourage that whichever way the vote goes, I know you guys have a tough job in making these decisions, but that I would just encourage the owners, if they are approved to, and on both sides, I believe it's a responsibility of both sides to be good neighbors and to reach out to each other no matter what the outcome. And that the farmers would really strive to be above board in all ways, follow all the rules. That's all we're really looking for. You know, we're not necessarily against legalized cannabis and commercial cannabis. We just want it to be done right. And that's all I've ever asked of the organizations involved. And so, tough decision. I don't envy being in your position, but thank you very much for the time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lori Wills.
Hi, this is Lori Wills from Lewiston. And I just wanted to also reiterate one of the other speakers, the comment Mr. Belenko made about the fact that no complaints have been filed against these cultivators, they're the new owners, is absolutely not true. Complaints have resulted in the sheriff's department going out there twice and having their plants abated. And Mr. Sharp asked for those dates, and they were, hold on 1 second, 2/21/22 and again on 8/23/22. The other thing that there's been a lot of discussion about tonight that I want to comment on is these reiterations of the Appendix C that have been submitted. I understand the vetting process and some of the speakers trying to justify that that's a natural progression of this process, getting approval. And I would agree as long as the director didn't approve the project. If they want to keep amending the Appendix C, that seems perfectly appropriate. But for them to be amending the Appendix C and accepting resubmissions after an appeal was filed and the matter is pending before the independent body, which is the Planning Commission, which is a quasi-judicial hearing on the facts being presented by both sides, is totally inappropriate in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but that seems totally inappropriate. It undermines the county's appeal process. Why would anybody, and even staff said, oh, we fixed the issues, so now we're going to reinstate your appeal. Why would I want to challenge it when they're telling me they fixed everything I brought forward? Lastly, I'm running out of time. I also just want to state, to the best of my knowledge, and I would have to double check the file, but I believe the neighboring cannabis farm voluntarily implemented their mitigation odor plan. And also with regard to the opt-out, nobody's trying to get them out of the opt-out. We recognize they were grandfathered in. We're trying to ensure that the county is doing their job by evaluating cumulative impacts. They've approved 12 commercial cannabis sites within a 2-mile radius. That radius is identified in the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on Zoom? Okay. Then we will close. I'm sorry. We have a public comment from the room.
Tony Miller, Lewiston. Appreciate staff and the board for everything you're doing out there. I have many friends. I have quite a few friends actually, commercial cannabis and unfortunately illegal cannabis growers. We support the program. We supported the program. I live over in Lewiston on the winery property, separate parcel. We did support a family coming over, years ago. We've been dealing with this for years. We were supportive of the idea of the program. So I just want to establish that. It just went array really quick and went beyond what we thought was going to be happening of a little farm grow going on. So there's more people that send in complaints, just not One Maple Winery. It's all over the community there. There is a subdivision during the daytime, you really can't smell anything. And I appreciate staff coming out. They have to come out during the time they're working. The heat's rising, so the smells normally go up. The fans, the canopies are open. Heat's rising, it's going up. It's the nighttime. I can guarantee I can call my wife right now. I can ask her, are the windows open in her house or closed tonight because of the smell? When it cools off at night, the cool air sinks, comes down. All these grows, the existing grow is above us, canyon, so it's going to sink. The smell sinks down at nighttime. So we can't open our windows at night. We have family and friends are over. I'm actually getting used to the smell, unfortunately, but it's strong at the times. It's when I bring my company car into town or a private car, my son goes to Reading, you get away from it and his friends jump in the car and go, holy cow, or people come over to the house and like, woo, some of my friends really love it. I don't mind the smell to a point, actually. But it is a cumulative impact. There is impacts being done. We have an existing measurable threshold with the existing grow in the opt-out zone right now. We have existing, oops, there's a wife right now. We have an existing threshold of the measurement of smell that's coming through. We have complaints from all over the neighborhoods. It's when those complaints come in, it's not just One Maple Winery. The One Maple Winery is not the issue here. So when we develop a smell mitigation plan, we already have a measurable smell coming from an isolated zone. My son's a pilot. I fly very often around our property, very low. There is a lot of grows in other drainages around us. There is no illegal grows immediately around up into our drainage of Grass Valley Creek. There's one licensed commercial grow up there, one. Yeah, Eddie. Great guy. Tries really hard. We send in the complaints are here. We have a measurable threshold that we can go up there at night and come on over to my house at night. I mean, it's amazing how strong it is throughout the year at different times. It's not just one time a year, not one harvest. There's multiple harvests or other people coming over drying their cannabis in a beautiful big building they have there for drying cannabis. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? No, okay. In that case, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission for a motion. And what is the desire of the commission? To go home.
So, this is probably maybe county council and staff question. Before I make a motion, I would like to speak to, the issue of mitigating odor. And the fact that, what we're saying that is on the books and how we're performing right now as a county is that, well, they're not doing anything, so we can't measure it, so we don't do anything. When the reality is that we know what the odor is, we know what it's going to emit. There is ways to establish a mitigation plan prior to issuing a license through charcoal filters, all the things that we have in our ER. And for situations like this, where it is a cumulative impact, and we all live here, so we all know that, yeah, it smells. and it's really strong. Why can't we have a mitigation plan prior to issuing licenses for odor?
We do. That is the odor control plan.
No, well, I mean, why isn't, I don't mean a plan. So again, I'm going to bring it back to my world construction, right? So I have a plan, you know, that I write down on a piece of paper, an electrical plan. I give that drawing to staff, they review it. That's my plan. That's on paper. It says, this is what I'm going to do when I build. And I don't get to actually operate until staff comes out and looks that what I put on that plan is actually in place on my site. And then they go, green tag, go for it. You've done everything you were supposed to do. Why aren't we doing that? Why don't we do that? I know why we aren't, but why don't we? Because it seems like it would solve a lot of these issues.
I agree. And I think the place to do that is in the upcoming ordinance updates. That is the place to include those criteria into code so that we can administer code.
So as a planning commission, can we ask and require that of the?
Let it be implemented prior to operation rather than after a complaint?
I mean, can we request
That's the
that be? You know, and the bottom line is I don't want to wait until we get everything together and we finally got a great package and we're 25 appeals into this. Why can't we implement that now? As a planning commission, why can we require that? That's my question for.
I can give you my opinion and then maybe Derek Cole can respond.
Yep.
My understanding is that essentially this is with the exception of the appeals portion of, you know, being to the director's decision and the ability for someone to appeal the director's decision, the approval process is ministerial in nature. So if you check all the boxes, then you get your license. And so in terms of the odor control plan, if there is an adequate odor control plan included in the Appendix C document, then that box is checked. And to your question, why can't it be implemented prior? Well, it's because it includes probably 5 or 6 different methodologies, which from my perspective, again, would be probably implemented in phases, or, you know, it'd be an iterative implementation in terms of, okay, we put carbon on, that reduced the odors by, you know, once we're able to quantify it, 50%. Okay, so now what do we do next? Okay, we're going to go to photocatalytic oxidation or ionization within the structure to further reduce the VOCs so that the carbon can catch the rest of it. Okay, that reduced it by 70%. What can be done next? We put in the high pressure misting systems so that the odor that remains is further mitigated. So again, you know, without getting too deep into the EIR and the technical portion of sort of how they break down odor and the difference between cumulative impacts and an increased intensity versus a cumulative impact. And I can go into that section of the EIR if you would like, but essentially it's quite complex in terms of how we actually mitigate odor. And so while I agree, and I hope that in the future we will incorporate, you know, something that establishes strong criteria so that we can remedy this problem going forward. At this point, the best thing that we can do is rely on the EIR as it was approved and code as it stands presently. And then to your question in terms of why can't we, you know, require that? I mean, I think it's a ministerial approval process. Perhaps you can impose conditions, but my understanding is that we are not able to condition these small licenses. So it's either you check all the boxes, it's a ministerial approval, or you don't.
Okay, so we're back to, do we have a motion by the commission?
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Barrett?
I recommend that the Planning Commission denies the appeal on P-23-21, upholding the director's decision to approve CCL-132 with the findings referenced in this staff report.
Do we have a second?
I can second that.
Motion by Commissioner Barrett, second by Commissioner Heaton. Discussion.
while I understand Commissioner Sharp's opinions going forward, and it is good advice, this project in front of us has addressed all of those issues. I think this is probably the most argued case since I've been a commissioner I've come across on Coffin Road. It's the epitome of beating a dead horse. They fought their way tooth and nail to get to a grandfather legacy position. And while I agree with the neighbors' concerns, there is a current CEQA, an EIR, and a grandfathered legacy farm trying to make a living. Not even counting what the property is assessed at to what it's now worth with all the fighting we have to do and the potential of the county exposure as far as collecting taxes on a property that is not able to fulfill what it should be able to fill, considering that it is a secret EIR'd legacy farm. Enough's enough. Let's let these people get on with their life. If there's a problem, they have to go through the renewal process. If the situation changes and they become a bad neighbor, I personally know this property. It's beautiful. I've been there many times. I've seen it from the inception to completion. It couldn't be a better example of a working cannabis farm in Trinity County. Enough's enough. Just let these people get on with their life.
Other discussion, commissioners? Well, so I would have to say my concern is that they really haven't addressed cumulative impacts. I understand the issue related to mitigation of odor, but I did want to point out that in the EIR, what it says is odors with distinct odor characteristics emanating from proximate sources are generally not additive or amplified. However, odors with the same or similar odor characteristics emanating from proximate sources may be additive. Therefore, multiple odor sources in a given geographic area would not necessarily increase the strength of the odor, although a higher frequency of odor detection would be expected. That's what the EIR says. And I'm also very familiar with the Grass Valley Creek area. I used to do water sampling in the creek. And diurnal water quality measurements that required me to be out there 24 hours a day. And so the observation that kind of you get these down canyon, or essentially it's a little valley, you know, it's the Grass Valley Creek. It's got creeks rise on either side. And so the drainage, the air moves up and down. It kind of sloshes back and forth. And so, you know, I'm just concerned that that there are cumulative impacts that are discussed in the EIR, that there is that possibility, and that those really haven't been addressed in this proposed approval of this project. So that's my 2 cents.
If I may.
Please.
I didn't catch the lady who has the alpacas. I didn't catch her name.
Nancy Anderson.
Nancy. I don't know if anyone else caught it. It was a very subtle comment. She didn't even know where this farm was. She's as close to this farm as the winery is. She didn't even know where it was as far as odor, and she wasn't even sure where it was. So I don't understand how. I understand there is a smell. I understand that there is a process to deal with that smell, but we just heard from another neighbor who is equally as close, not even know where this farm was.
Okay, any other discussion by commissioners?
Yeah,
Commissioner
I do
Sharp.
want to talk about the fact that they were growing last year without a license. And there was discussion. I was part of this opt-out decision. And there was discussion during that opt-out decision actually brought up by growers that to maintain that grandfather clause, that they would be good stewards, good players, that they wouldn't cross the line, they wouldn't break the law. I mean, that was their argument. the whole time during that process to get those farms grandfathered in. And it was a good argument. It was a good argument that they said that they would be good actors. They would be good players. They would not give these people in these opt-outs a reason to reject their license. And it appears to me that that was lost on this gentleman when he was cited twice for growing.
It's only actually August.
Excuse me?
Once. It's
Just
actually only once.
So, excuse me, one time. Now, I understand that the abatement process happened, but that doesn't really have anything to do with being a good steward and playing by the rules. Could you hold your comments, please, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a commission discussion.
So, that again is part of my decision process, taking all those things into consideration, and that, in these opt-out areas, things are more sensitive, and it was designed to be that way. And when we had that discussion, and I don't think most of you were here for that actually, but that was the discussion. That was what got these people into these opt-out areas, was that guarantee. And it was just a guarantee in a discussion that they would be good stewards and good players because of the areas that they're in. They're sensitive. They don't want it there. They know it. And so if you're in that area, you know what you're getting into, just like people like me that get into areas that have it.
Brief point of order.
This is a land use conversation. This conversation would be for the supervisors. I don't believe this has any jurisdiction or anything.
Thank you for that point of order. But this is just a discussion.
So, I'm looking at that. I really wish there was a way to ensure for the members of Grass Valley Creek that they were ensured that odor mitigation would happen prior to the license being issued. Because, in our county, we all know that things are complaint driven. If they don't do it, nobody's going out there to look. They check the box, you're good to go, the license is issued. We won't talk to you again unless your neighbor calls and complains. It seems a crazy way to develop and do things. It just doesn't happen in any other industry. And I get the whole point that we're trying to bring people up to a legal standard, but we really need to just set a standard and not bring people up. And we're not just getting into this. We're 8 years in now. It seems like standards should be set. This is what we need. Send somebody out one time to make sure it's happened, and we're good to go. And we hopefully don't have a bunch of appeals because we got folks playing by the rules and we've checked it, not checked the box. So this is where I have a hard time, wanting to grant a license or not approve an appeal.
Any other commission discussion?
No.
Commissioner Heaton? Oh, sorry,
go ahead.
Commissioner.
I was
Commissioner Barrett.
just going to say that Commissioner Ellis's point in the last issue was that we all try to do the right thing, but sometimes we inadvertently do the wrong thing. And a gentleman providing for his family, I don't think we can punish him for. I think it's no different than the last case that we voted for.
Thank you. Commissioner Heaton?
Yeah, some of my thoughts in regards to that we're talking about, I don't know how big of the area is or whatever, but they talk about 12, but I know right there in Ruth, we got 4 legal grows within a half mile of the church. And it's like one, granted, they haven't set up yet, and they're in the process of working on it, but it's like you got 3. And it's like in reality, it's like when they mentioned where the winery there is, like when you said it was the One Maple Winery, I know where we're talking now, because I actually went in there one time to go check out the winery, and it was like the gate was closed. But the thing is, it was like, but I know in Ruth, there's like, we have the valley, it goes, the river's just right there. The church parcel is right border, or there's just a short distance between the thing. And it was like, everybody is just right there, just south of the church. And it was like every day you have the wind blows in the morning and one way and every day the wind blows in the afternoon. And actually my father has a piece of property that is closer to that and just down river or upriver, I guess you'd say, just south of that and right across the river from two of them. And the other one, New and Kerr, is right up there on the hill. And the truth of the matter is, it's like they have just as large of grows as what this is. And I know that it's like, yes, there is odor involving cannabis, but you know what? It was like, that's life. And it was like, and you know, and the truth of the matter is we go and it's like we got people trying to make a living. Granted, like I said last time, it was like, I wish that everybody followed the rules. I wish I followed the rules on everything. But it was like, but also though, it was at one point, it was like, we can't is they have checked off all of the EIR, they've checked off CEQA, they've checked all the boxes and stuff like that. And we're complaining about, they're getting complaints in regards to a grow that's not even growing. It was like, that's being a little excessive to me. It's like, okay, yeah, we're getting complaints about them, but then they go out there and there's nothing going on. It was like, wait a second. It was like, I don't want to be nitpicking or whatever, but it was like, but there's a point to where it's like, it seems like somebody's got a grudge against somebody or something of that nature. There's a man named Sam, I don't know who he was or whatever, but he made the comment that everything was fine up until he decided not to sell or buy or something of that nature. And it was like, wait a second. It was like, that shouldn't be, it's like, I had neighbors underneath my house until the fire burned them out. And it was like, you know what? I drive past it every afternoon. You could smell it because the smell would rise. And it was like, and every evening when you drove by us that portion of the driveway, I'd get it. But you know what? It was like, they're making, and it was like, and the truth of the matter is, I had my neighbors up to my house almost weekly for supper. Why? Because it was like, I was a neighbor. And it was like, did I agree everything? No, I actually even helped them out in the garden a time or two where they got in a pinch and needed an assistant. So I went and helped out in the thing. It was like, was it my favorite type of industry? Not necessarily, but I was a neighbor. And it was like, and the truth of the matter is, you don't know how much I would give that I had my neighbors back. They're in Tennessee now. And it was like, why? It was like, am I the biggest fan of cannabis? No, I'm not the biggest fan of cannabis, but I am a big fan of neighbors. And I wish that everybody was a neighbor to everybody, because the truth of the matter is that this is the truth. When you have a fire burning on your property, it was like the only person you got to help you is your neighbor. And I wish everybody had the same experience that I do. I have a house thanks to my neighbors. And it's like, I have neighbors who have houses thanks to me. Why? Because I was their neighbor. And it was like the Forest Service sure didn't give a hell of a difference about anything. They didn't care one thing about us, but I tell you what, the neighbors sure cared for one another. And it was like, I wish that it was like, I'll tell you something, our government doesn't care about us. The federal government doesn't give a rip about any one of us, but our neighbors, that's who we have for each other. It was like, if we can get past this, it's like, okay, you may not agree 100% with your neighbor. I don't agree. My brother is my neighbor. I don't agree 100% with him. Sometimes he's very frustrating. They talk about the dogs barking. It was like, you don't know how tempted I am to kill his dog when he's gone, because it was like, good night. It was like, and then they just got another one. It was like, Lord have mercy. And it was like, but the thing is, he's my neighbor and I love him, and I choose to love him and not shoot the dog, because it was like, that doesn't help family relations. But the truth of the matter is, he's my neighbor. And it was like, but it's like, let's be neighbors, people. And it was like, and I tell you what, because when the time comes, if your place is burning down like mine was, I hope and pray you have a good relationship with your neighbor, because your neighbor is what's going to save your butt. And it was like, it's not going to, and it was like, that's all I got to say.
Amen. That's a hard comment to follow.
Are you a preacher?
Yes. Any other planning commissioner discussion item? Okay. So I think we should vote. And a roll call, please.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Ellis, how do you vote?
No.
Commissioner Fall, how do you vote?
No.
I have 3-2 against. I don't know how to say this, how to make it make sense. To not uphold or to deny the motion failed. Okay.
And I believe you'd have to make a new motion with findings to support your motion.
Yep. So I'll make a motion. The planning commission can move to uphold the appellant's request in ICCL 132 with findings that the EIR is incomplete when it comes to odor mitigation.
The EIR is not up for question presently.
What would you say? The cumulative impacts, thank you, have not been addressed in regards to odor mitigation. Sorry, just misspoke. It's late. So I'll make a motion. Let me reread that. The planning, okay. Planning Commission. Alternative 1, the planning commission could move to uphold the appellant's request in ICCL 132 with findings stated by the planning commission, which is the cumulative impacts in regards to odor have not been addressed.
Are you saying they haven't been adequately addressed? Because they are most certainly addressed in the Appendix C document.
So
But I would just advise us that you're getting into grounds where you're opening up the county to some legal litigation. And it's just my advice. But the vote that was
Because he's a TAA plant, he's reading
Sam,
from Underwood's
Sam,
fucking
Sam,
slides right
Sam,
now.
mute.
He's
mute
reading
Sam,
from
you're-
Underwood's script. This is a TAA
Sam,
law.
this is not an appropriate
Set up
time
and
for
all
comment.
know it.
Sam,
You're paid off. Paul Sharp, you're such a piece of shit.
Sam, that is not an appropriate comment. We are no
It is
longer
fully
open for
appropriate.
public
He's reading
comment.
from Underwood's
Hey
notes
Trent,
right
this is
now.
something you could
All
probably
set up
address
for
is
a
maybe
TA
getting this
lawsuit.
handled.
He is
I would agree. You should be able to meet him.
Okay, public comment is closed. This discussion is only among the commissioners and our council. So I'm sorry, you were interrupted. You were starting to say the commission's,
So
do we need to make an alternative motion?
that is
Or
for your
just-
consideration. But the vote that, or the item that you're voting on, the commission is here to see if we have met the requirements of the existing EIR and ordinances that we're under. Not here to change or to recommend changes to existing ordinances or the EIR. That there is a separate process for that, and that is ongoing, and we all may have different opinions on that. But from a process perspective, we are here to vote on what is in accordance with the existing ordinances. And staff has presented the case, and our recommendation is still that this particular license has met the ordinances. So in a competing motion, to state that we have not met, or this commission doesn't believe we have met that, it is my opinion and my recommendation that we should not make a motion like that, because we are in fact opening the county up to potential future issues.
Thank you. So the motion to uphold the motion to deny the appeal failed. So I think that is where it stands. Okay.
Could you please hold
Public
your
comment is
comments?
closed.
We need to say why, those findings are the why part of it.
My God, can you how much money?
So would it be appropriate to say that the planning commission upheld the appellant's request to deny CCL 132, finding that the application was not in compliance with the county regulations?
That is not included in the application materials. This is an Appendix C document that we're referring to. May I propose an alternative motion for your consideration?
Please do.
I would propose that you approve the license and include the condition that the odor control plan be implemented prior to operations.
I appreciate that. It doesn't address, I don't believe it addresses the concerns that I brought up regarding cumulative impacts.
What were your specific concerns regarding cumulative impacts? Are you referring to ES 3.3-3 where they go into the difference between frequency and
strength?
Yeah.
Yes.
So wouldn't implementing the odor control plan help to resolve those concerns in terms of cumulative impacts? Because we've certainly provided discussion and analysis in the, it's included in the Appendix C document and certainly referenced in the staff report in terms of what analyses were performed and how staff came to the determination as lead agency.
I agree.
Maybe I can jump in. Again, Derek Cole, special counsel. So I just
Derek, could you go ahead and
yes,
make your
Mr.
statement,
Cole,
please?
would appreciate any input.
Yeah, so I just want to be clear.
Trouble with speakers.
The county, the stat, there is a cumulative impacts analysis. I do want to be clear that that is in the record, that is irrefutable, and I think the commission understands that there is such an analysis. So if the decision ultimately is to grant the appeal on the basis of the cumulative impacts analysis, we need a specific recitation of why at least a majority of you feels that the cumulative impacts analysis is not sufficient. We need, it's not just that my concern is that I heard a lot of people talking about odor, and I heard a lot of very generalized concerns, and that's understandable from a lay perspective. But this is a very, very technical subject. And you heard Mr. Poblani talking about how those 5 layers, how very intricate it is. And that is the level of regulation that will exist. And my concern is that there may be some planning commissioners who feel like we're not actually regulating this subject when in fact we are, and we actually have quite comprehensive regulations. So I just need to be clear, because if we do deny projects that have met all the legal requirements, there are concerns, as one speaker pointed out, about liability of the county, especially given how much investment people have put into this process. So I just want to be very clear that if the commission is going to deny this project because of cumulative impacts, we need to know very specifically what it is that is of concern to you, that is leading to your decision.
So I have three points. So the EIR is a very general document for the county as a whole. And so on a very site-specific basis, the Grass Valley itself, my concern again is that on that very specific site that cumulative impacts were not addressed. I'm concerned that the applicant hasn't been in compliance. I mean, that is one of the reasons that we can deny a license, is that they have, that they have been out of compliance and then they have abated. I understand that.
Okay.
And then we were told that we were not allowed to essentially condition the issuance of this license on implementing those mitigation measures until there has been a complaint. So, that's why I'm
Let me-
basically,
Let me address that first.
yeah, please.
I do want to address the issue of compliance, and I want to be very clear about my legal interpretation and what I understand is also county council's legal interpretation, which is if at the time the director issues a license, the person has achieved compliance. If there was non-conformity, non-compliance, then they have to be given a permit. In other words, the way the county code reads, and I don't have it in front of me, but I have looked at this, and I had Director Poblani and I were speaking about this yesterday. The verb tenses and the way the syntax of County Code Section 17.43.010 is, or I think it's 040, but it is very clear that if at the time of issuance there is no further compliance issues, in other words, abatement hasn't been achieved, then we must issue a permit. So the fact that someone goes back and says, well, in 2017, here's a photo. This was the previous appeal where the appellant was bringing years of photos going back several years and saying, well, they have a history of non-compliance. That's not sufficient legally. If someone has been in non-compliance and they have corrected that and they are officially back into the compliant category, then if that is the state of facts when the license is issued, we cannot go back and use their former non-compliance against them. That's just not legally how we can proceed based on the way the code is written and based on just common sense interpretation. So I do want to be very clear. That is my interpretation. I know that is county council's interpretation. And I mean, obviously you're a commission, you have to make your decision, but I want to be clear that that's not a basis for the decision. And then also the compliance issue going forward, again, I want to reiterate what I said earlier, which is the new requirements that were established by the EIR that were incorporated in chapter 17.43G of the county code and some of the new mitigation measures in 17.43A, particularly the performance standards in the cultivation chapter of the ordinance, those only apply going forward. So as long as staff determines that an applicant can and will comply with those, then we must issue. So again, I want to get back to what I understand from the vote you just took is that there's a concern about cumulative impacts. That's really the only thing that I'm hearing that might lead to an appropriate decision by this commission. And I just want to be very clear, what is it about cumulative impacts that is of concern? What are we missing? And I think we need to be very specific there.
Okay, so again, I guess my concern is that the EIR is a general county document versus something that really drills down into site-specific conditions. But I have a couple other questions. So Mr. Plabani suggested that one alternative was to condition the license to implement mitigation, if I understand that correctly, but you're saying, we're saying if it meets all the conditions, check boxes in Appendix C, then it gets a license. So why do you bring appeals to the Planning Commission if we essentially have no choice? I don't get that.
Well, my understanding, if you're asking me the question, is that essentially the inclusion of the director's decision into an otherwise ministerial approval process was a political appeasement tool so that the folks that were opposed to cannabis cultivation had the opportunity to have their concerns heard before the Planning Commission. But in terms of denying the appeal, And, specifically to what Derek Cole referenced, it's 17.43.070, and I'm happy to put it up on the screen if that would be helpful, which concurs with what he stated in terms of sort of, what county code says related to denial or revocation of a license.
So you mentioned earlier that if we went ahead and denied the appeal, that we could put the exception to provide odor mitigation prior to issuance of the approval.
And I would like Derek to weigh in on whether that's actually a possibility, but I proposed it as a bit of an appeasement tool. Yeah.
And I mean, I would need to understand how we could feasibly do that. And I'm sorry to kick it back to Director Perlani. I mean, that's really is that something that could actually be done? How would the applicant actually do that? Maybe there's a way to do it.
Could they just simply install charcoal filters prior to?
They could certainly pick, I suppose, one of the, variety of technologies and implement it. But again, we wouldn't be able to verify its efficacy until after operations commenced.
Which I think, is reasonable, because I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of smart people out there have figured this out. I mean, because there's all sorts of industries that create smells that have to provide odor mitigation. I mean, this isn't the only one. So I'm sure there's science out there that will do this math. But I certainly think that putting your best foot forward and putting a device in prior to operation to try to mitigate an issue that's obviously a problem in that area would go a long way. And then if there is a problem and there is a complaint, then they could further mitigate the odor. Can we do that?
Sounds good.
So do you want to make a, certainly.
Well, that was a question for Mr. Cole.
And I don't want to keep kicking it back to Director Poblani, but is that technically feasible? Can the applicant actually do that? If that's something that we.
Let's ask the applicant.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
The applicant says yes, and I agree that is very much feasible.
So then, if I understand correctly, an alternative, it's not the correct word, but an alternative motion would be to have the Planning Commission make a motion to deny the appeal with the condition that they install the initial odor mitigation measure of charcoal filters, upholding the director's decision to approve CCL 132. So would one of the commissioners care to make that motion?
So I guess it would just be the staff recommendations, all concerns referenced in the applicant's appeal form with the jurisdictional authority of the Trinity County Cannabis Division and TCC 17.43, which are related to the site-specific review, have been determined to be adequately evaluated and analyzed with the associated resource categories of Appendix C environmental document from this project, which was approved on June 23rd, 2023. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission make a motion to deny appeal P-23-21, upholding the director's decision to approve CCL-132 with findings referenced in the staff report, as well as providing odor mitigation prior to cultivation.
And I would suggest that the more specific request is that the odor control plan include a statement that it will be implemented prior to operations commence. And that would be the way to document it within the approved environmental document.
Yeah. I think that's what I said, but prior to operation, right?
Right. So what I'm adding to that is that we're going to request that it be included into their odor control plan so that we have the administrative record in the approved environmental document.
Perfect.
So if I understand correctly, they would be implementing the odor control plan prior to operation.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Do we have any discussion from the board? The commission? Okay, a roll call vote, please.
And do you want to read that back, Deb, before we vote?
She's going to get it off the recording.
Minutes. All right.
Yes. Okay, we're going to vote.
And it was Sharp and Ellis.
Correct.
So the planning commission makes a motion to deny appeal P 2321, upholding the director's decision to approve CCL 132 with the findings referenced in the staff report, and to include the implementation of the odor control plan prior to operation. Where do I need that?
So we're adding included in the Appendix C document prior to operation.
Implementation of odor control plan prior to operation.
In the appendix.
So,
Okay, and a roll call vote?
Okay. Commissioner Ellis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Sharp, how do you vote?
aye.
Commissioner Barrett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Heaton, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Oh, my
Zoom Planning Commission meeting for August 3rd, 2023. And we are moving on to agenda item number 9, which is originally scheduled to be a presentation, the general plan vision and guiding principles presented by Minter Harnish. So this special meeting was originally scheduled to address appeals. And so I wanted to power through those, and I apologize to the staff from Minter Harnish. I did warn them that, you know, our priority was to make decisions on those appeals and that it might be a long evening. They were here earlier. And so rather than have them spend their valuable time, you get to listen to me for a minute. So you have in your commissioner packet a copy of their PowerPoint on the visions and guiding principles. So what I am requesting from my fellow commissioners is that you really read this PowerPoint. It's on the county website also for anyone's information.
Put a share screen up right now if you'd like.
Sure. There's also a handout on what is a vision statement and guiding principles. So what I am requesting is that the commissioners look at these county vision options. There's option 1, 2, and 3. And then there's guiding principle options. There's 1, 2, 3, whatever for each guiding principle. This is our opportunity as a planning commission to really provide feedback to our consultants. We've often said that we're not really involved in the general plan. Well, here's your chance, guys. Here's your chance to really provide some input on the general plan. What is your vision for the county? So what I'm requesting is that you look at these, mark them up, talk to your, neighbors, get inputs, and then bring that marked up statement, be ready to provide detailed comments to the Minter Harnish consultants at our next meeting, which is August 10th. They will be here then via Zoom to hear your comments. Do you guys have any here next week during our regular meeting, which is going to be very short on August 10th?
We got a week.
That okay?
Yep.
That saves you from listening to the presentation tonight, and it saves those guys from having to stay here till 10:30. Okay, any other board questions or comments, staff questions or comments regarding agenda item 9? Public comment? We do. Rhoda? Rhoda, do you have public comment regarding agenda item 9?
It took me a while to discover my unmute button. Come on. This is fucking, I'm sorry. I apologize for my words. This is disgusting.
Just turn her off. It's done.
Just going back to the other stuff.
Yeah.
Is there any other public comment?
Turn me off. It's disgusting.
She's muted.
Okay. All right, so that is the conclusion of item number 9. So we will move on to planning commissioner reports. Do we have any planning commissioner reports? I will say, I did send a memo out to you all, an email out to you all, asking you to plan to attend our meeting next week, August 10th, our regular meeting. One of the items that I asked to be placed on the agenda was a memo clarifying our schedule. We are required to have one regular meeting a month according to the county code, and we adopted one regular meeting a month in our bylaws. And I believe it will be advantageous to the staff and applicants and the general public if we really kind of get into that groove of having one regular meeting a month with routine items, and then a special meeting as needed for special items. It really would help my schedule, not, for the fire department, I have to find someone else like tonight to be available to drive the ambulance and stuff, because normally, first Thursday of the month, I'm in service. Really appreciate a regular schedule. So anyway, that is one of the items on the agenda for next week. The other item would be this detailed, your comments on the vision and guiding principles. And I'm not sure what else staff might have in mind. So that is my planning commissioner report. Thanks for putting up with me and coming back. Okay, planning director's report.
Hi, Chair Fall, Commissioners. My report out this week is pretty minimal, but it's got some heavy language. First of all, I would like to get architectural review committee for Weaverville schedule made up so that we start meeting on like some kind of regular basis, once a month or whatever. I just wanted to throw that out there. If you think it can be, 2:00 on Thursday on planning commission days or just whatever day, I just wanted to put that out there. I figured you probably have some ideas.
Yeah.
We can discuss it next week too, if you want to.
Well, yeah, let me think about it. And I'd probably want to reach out to the other members of the architectural review committee and kind of get a consensus from them. And then, yeah, if we can talk about that next week, I will make that a priority. I think it's a great idea though. Yes.
Yep.
If we give it some legitimacy.
Yeah, for sure. The second one I have is maybe a little bit heavier than that, and that's the county code 16.10.010 talks about the designation of a subdivision review committee. There have been a few instances where we have been in a real need over the last couple of months to get one of these established. That consists of the planning director, public works director, health officer, representative from the Trinity County Fire Chiefs Association, and a planning commissioner as appointed by the planning commission. So what I wanted to do, I didn't want to agendize it because I figured tonight was going to go long, but I just wanted to maybe agendize it for next planning commission meeting. And so if you guys want to talk amongst yourself and decide who you want on the subdivision review committee, but we have had a couple of, I would say really deep discussions about some of the stuff going on and just trying to get projects moving in through the wickets there so we can get them moved on a little quicker. And I think that would help the planning commission when these items actually come up too. But I think we've been kind of lax on that, getting that thing going since I've kind of been in the seat. So I want to get that corrected. And that's all I have.
On the subdivision review committee, how often would that meet?
It's a regular meeting, so it could be once a month. It could be once a week, just depending. We've had a couple of projects that come through and they just start having hiccups, and it could have just been way better, taken care of early on. But my recommendation would be either once a month or quarterly.
Quarterly sounds really good. Depending on your workload, obviously. I mean, if you get hammered with a bunch of subdivision reviews, then, which would be awesome.
Does that mean you're volunteering, Bill?
I'm not. But I'm not saying no either. It is in my wheelhouse.
If you can put that on the agenda for the 10th, that would be great. We'll Well, we will designate a representative of the planning commission.
Will do. Thank you, ma'am.
Can you tell me the status of the associate planner? I'm sorry to bring up
As the CEO.
but I think the public
So,
needs an update.
so what happened, ma'am, was that he got a better offer in another jurisdiction and he took that offer. So what we ended up doing was almost simultaneously upon getting that news, I went ahead and flew a assistant slash associate slash senior planner. And we had two applications, and one was an associate planner from Humboldt County, and the other is a senior planner from Reading City. And we interviewed both of those, and we're in the midst of making a determination on a job offer currently. So could be very, very promising if we do offer to the senior planner and he accepts. It could be just as promising if we get, I mean, the associate planner had been working for Humboldt County since 2015. So there's going to be a lot of experience backing whichever one. But I personally will want to go for the senior planner first. And then if that doesn't work out, if they get a better job offer, then we can still try to go for the associate planner. But that's the nature of what you have to do.
That's okay, promising. Thank you very much. One step back, two
So
steps
that
forward.
position is now funded, sorry.
I purposely asked the CAO if we could hire one of them, and he said, yes, we can hire one of them. But, and we got to remember, one of them was to replace Skylar, which that's a very difficult place to replace. But I actually asked him if we could hire both, and he said, no, you can hire one right now. So I'm satisfied with just hiring one right now, just to get something moving a little bit faster.
Good job.
But hopefully in the future, we'll be able to get a full planning division department going.
Excellent. Excellent. Good job.
Okay, thanks. I think then if there's no further planning director's report, that the meeting is adjourned.
It's only 2.5 hours home, Todd. I know. It don't get any better than that. That's right. Get time to reflect. I know.
Just don't fall asleep.
It's like, I don't think I'm gonna get up at
They
5.
didn't make real decisions. Everything they did was fake.
Still there. I don't think I'm.
If there's one thing you can.
Wish they would try. I wish they would even try to make it matter. I wish they would try to care. I wish they would try to care. In their problem, I wish they would try to do something that matters. I wish they would try to care.